I'd like to call the Senate to order. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Senator Barnett. Senator Barrett. Senator Berry. Senator Blackman. Senator Blackwell. Senator Blunt. Senator Boyd. Senator Branning. Senator Brumfield. Senator Bryan. Senator Butler. Senator Carter. Senator Chazanall. Senator Chisholm. Senator DeBar. Senator Delano. Senator England. Senator Fillingane. Senator Frazier. Senator Harkins. Senator Hickman. Senator Hill. Senator Hobson. Senator Horn. Senator Jackson. Senator Johnson. Senator Jordan. Senator Kirby. Senator Ladner. Senator McCon. Senator McClendon. Senator McMahon. Senator Michelle. Senator Norwood. Senator Parker. Senator Parks. Senator Polk. Senator Rhodes. Senator Robinson. Senator Seymour. Senator Simmons of the 12th. Senator Simmons of the 13th. Senator Sparks. Senator Suber. Senator Tate. Senator Thomas. Senator Thompson. Senator Turner Ford. Senator Whaley. Senator Wiggins. Senator Williams. Senator Younger. Mr. President, a quorum is present.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Will the senators in the gallery please rise for the invocation to be given by Steve Parton, who is the Reservoir Campus pastor at Pine Lake in Brandon, Mississippi. The invocation will be followed by Senator Harkins' Pledge of Allegiance. So, Pastor Parton.
Thank you for the privilege of being here right now. Can we pray together, please? Almighty God, we welcome you in this place. Father, we know you are here, but God, we long for your manifest presence. Lord, where you are present, Father, there is holiness, God, there is awe, there is wonder. So thank you, Father, that that is true for us right now. Lord, I come to you right now and I pray for my brothers and my sisters in Christ that, God, they would know the perfection of your love for them. Lord, I can't even imagine the responsibility that they hold, the stress, God, that even follows them once they leave this place and go into their lives at home. But Lord, what I know is that you are present here, and Father, you're present in every facet of their lives. So I pray they would know you love them. I pray that they would know that your power, God, is perfect for them in all they face. Lord, I pray that they would be drawn to you in a close walk with you. Father, I pray they would know that, Father, for the things they care about, Lord, you care even more. And so, Lord, I pray peace upon them. I pray they'd have an awareness, God, that you see them in their toughest moments. And Lord, I thank you that because of the life you gave us upon the cross and because that tomb is empty, God, there is victory for us in every part of our lives. So, Father, we give you this morning, we give you this time, Father, in a new way we give you our very lives, for you are the one that is worthy. And so, Christ, we pray these things in the beautiful, matchless, perfect, unrivaled name, the name of Jesus Christ, we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Please join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Yes, sir. Let's get a picture of the flag there, and we'll take one quick picture.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Pastor Parton. Thank you, Senator Harkins.
Thank you.
Senator Polk, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate dispense with the reading of the journal.
Senators move to dispense with the reading of the journal. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Next, message and petitions, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, there are none.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Committee reports. Senator Polk, you're recognized.
Mr. President, I move the Senate dispense with the reading of the committee reports.
Senator moves to dispense with the reading of committee reports. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Thank you. Next, for the reading of the titles of bills and resolutions, I recognize Senator Polk.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate dispense with the reading of the titles of the bills and resolutions.
Senator moves to dispense with the titles of the bills and resolutions. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We're going to introduce guests. We'll introduce guests, please. Senators. Senator Carter, you're recognized to introduce a guest.
Thank you, Mr. President. In the gallery, I have a friend of mine that works for Mississippi Community College, Mississippi in Biloxi, Elia Caldwell. If you'd stand up and have the Senate make you welcome.
Thank you. Senator Sparks, you're recognized for an introduction, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. In the North Gallery, if you would turn your attention, there are 20 participants from the Mississippi Highway Patrol, candidates on rapid entry or Corps Cadet program that operates at Etowah Community College, East Central Community College, and Mississippi Gulf Coast. Those 20 participants, along with Colonel Charles Haynes and Lieutenant Colonel James Ivory, would you please make them feel welcome, Mississippi State Senate?
Thank you. Be seated. It's good to have you with us. We appreciate you. Senator Berry, you're recognized for introduction, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to introduce the doctor of the day, who happens to be my personal doctor, Dr. Chip Holbrook. He from Mendenhall, Mississippi, and is taking care of generations of my family. Thank you, doctor, for being here.
Thank you, John. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Holbrook. Senator Younger, for an introduction, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. In the South Gallery, we have a good-looking group from EMCC, East Mississippi Community College. I wish you all would stand up. They're with the ambassadors and SGA and leadership, everyday opportunities. William Everett, John Chapman, Jacob Oldenburg, Anna Borst, Mason Smith, Sarah Cantrell, and Landon Bach. Give them a big hand, please, senators.
Okay, Senator Wiggins, you're recognized for introduction, sir. This young man up here.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. We have with us in the South Gallery a excellent and renowned businessman, Morris Strickland. Morris, if you'll please stand up from Ocean Springs. Thank you for being here, and if the body could welcome him. Thank you very much.
A great American, in addition to a good businessman. Okay, either other introductions? Other introductions? Seeing none, Senator Bryan, you're recognized.
Mr. President, I ask floor privileges for the Virginia Glee Club.
Floor privileges are granted. With Sergeant at Arms, please escort our guests to the chamber floor. Very much. Very proud of you and your Virginia young men. Thank you, Senator Bryan, for starting the day off well. Okay. Any other announcements? Senator Carter?
Thank you, Mr. President. It's come to my attention that your Chief of Staff's birthday is today, so I think the Senate ought to give him a big old happy birthday.
Happy birthday. He deserves that. All right. Thank you, Senator Bryan. We'll move to the calendar. If there's no other announcements, we'll move to the calendar. Start on item 1. Senator Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that the title be read to item 1 on the calendar.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
2170, appropriation additional to Department of Health.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Please proceed, Senator Hobson.
I ask that you recognize Senator Blackwell to explain it.
Senator Blackwell is recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman. If the body will remember last year, one of the things we did before we left is we did the Hospital Sustainability Grant Program, where we gave, I think it was about $103 million to hospitals. Well, despite our good intentions, this money had to run through ARPA, and there were significant hurdles for the hospitals to apply for this money. Some hospitals chose not to apply, some got partial payment, some got full payment. And so what this bill here is going to do is it's going to appropriate what we anticipate is about $38 million in funds that have not been appropriated. We're going to claw back the ARPA money and then redistribute these funds to these hospitals. So if your hospital did not apply, whatever amount that we said they were going to get, they will get. If they were supposed to get $1 million and they only got 500,000, we're going to give them the other 500,000. So that's an explanation of the bill. I'll yield for any questions.
Questions on the bill? Senator Sparks, you're recognized for what purpose, sir?
A question.
Yield for a question, Senator Blackwell?
Yes, it will.
Senator Sparks is recognized for a question on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think a couple days ago we had a bill that clawed back the money that wasn't used. That was one of the, I think, that I saw on the ARPA list that we had. This is not ARPA funds so that we get around whatever issues there were. Is that correct?
That's correct. These would be general funds.
And then is it the intention that the hospitals who did not receive it would receive their allocated share, but if that hospital for some reason chooses not to ask for it, what happens to that money?
Well, I can't imagine any of them choosing not to get the money. If they don't want the money, I guess it would just stay in the general fund account.
Okay, so
but it's our intention is to distribute those funds that we had indicated for each of those facilities.
So it's not going to be open for new applications for people who actually did receive their money?
No, sir. Just be those that we identified last year.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Questions on the bill? Senator Butler, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr.
For you for a question, Senator Blackwell?
Yeah,
Senator Butler, you're recognized.
Thank you, Senator, and thank you, Senator Blackman. I want to make sure that I understand this now. Any hospital that did not receive anything, they would be eligible to submit and receive.
Yes, sir. Those hospitals that were on the list last year, and
Right.
I'm sorry I don't have that to present to you here, but if your hospital was going, whatever they were going to get, if they did not get it through the ARPA funding,
Right.
through the sustainability grant that we gave, we will make them whole.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Butler. Senator Jordan, for what purpose?
I have a question, Mr. President. To
You have Senator
Chairman.
Blackwell?
Yes,
Senator Jordan's recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Chairman, do you have a list of those hospitals that did not receive those resources last year?
No, sir, I do not have that, but I'll try to get that from the Department of Health.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator. Other questions on the bill? Seeing none, we're ready for your motion, Senator
request passage by the use of the morning roll call.
Senators suggest use of the morning roll call, final passage. Anyone object to procedure? Court is voting no. Present. Thank you, Senate. That fulfills an obligation that you had from last year. Item 2, Senator Hobson is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ask that the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2844, Variable Compensation Plan, make certain amendments.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 2844 creates the general law for the language we have used for appropriations bills since we started the SEC Squared program. As all of you know, that was designed to categorize employees around the state at a certain level and to make sure that the agencies were using the funds that the language that we've had in the appropriations bills with VCP was that the agencies would use the funds that we had for salary levels for those particular jobs and vacancies. There is a provision in this general law that says that in the event that there is, or the instance where there's an issue and the budget for the agency is not reflective of the salaries that have been set, that they can appeal to the State Personnel Board, and they have the authority to approve or deny requests. They have to notify the chairman of the House and Senate Appropriations and the Legislative Budget Office. That is anticipated that if we have some major snafu in the budget, and they need to make sure that they have funds available to pay those employees. But those salary levels are set based on the budget worksheets that we utilize with the Legislative Budget Office, and those will be provided to the State Personnel Board for them to ensure that all agencies are paying the salaries as anticipated. I'll yield for questions if there are any.
Questions on the bill?
If there are none, I move passage by use of the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Court is voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes by use of the morning roll call. All voting aye. Senator, we're on item 3. Senator Barrett, for what purpose?
I've got an introduction at the appropriate time, Mr. President.
Let's do that before we start the next one, Senator.
Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, if you'll look, direct your attention to the North Gallery. We have with us longtime Sheriff of Lincoln County, Mr. Steve Rushing. Thank you for being here, Sheriff.
One of our very best, Steve. It's good to have you with us. Thank you. Thank you for all you do. Okay, now we're ready, Senator. We're on 3.
Thank you, Mr. President. As we skip item 3, have it retain its place, move to item 4, and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2825, Appropriation, revise certain fiscal year 2024 appropriations, fund, authority, and transfers.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is what we refer to as the early fixes bill. It's fixing language in some of the bills that we passed last year, different than the projects bill, and that one I anticipate we'll bring up tomorrow, if not early next week, and that's the one that's got the various projects around the state. These are technical changes to some of the bills and the language we've got in various bills, and I'll go through those one at a time in case you have questions. In the first bill, first section rather, that is related to the funds that we sent to the Mississippi Autism Board. We increased their appropriation last year from $13,000 to $26,000. We just failed to include the $26,000 in one other place in the bill, so we're changing that. Sections 2 through 5 deal with the LOSAP program. You will remember that the LOSAP stands for the length of service for the firefighters, the volunteer firefighters, and we created that program last year. We transferred $3 million in general funds for the program, and the rest of it was using using special funds. And to keep those funds from lapsing, those general funds, we're moving them into a separate fund, and that's $3 million. So the initial amount that had $16,169 million roughly, and the special fund was $3,335,000. We just reduced the general fund amount, moved that over, and put it in the special fund amount. So that's so they can keep those funds for that length of service retirement plan. That was sections 2 through 5. Section 6 deals with the funds that we sent to Sharkey Sequina Hospital and Nursing Home. We mistakenly put through June 30, 2023, and it should have been June 30, 2024. Sections 7 through 9 deal with the funds we sent to the charter school board. If you'll remember, prior to last year, we used the IHL budgets for the charter school board. That board has now been converted to the MDE budget, and we created a separate section for the charter school board. There was $900,000 of special funds, general funds, and $500,000 of special funds. Those are paid by the groups that create the charter schools, and we switched those funds over to reflect that. Section 10 deals with money that was allocated and appropriated to the local system bridge project fund. We had anticipated there'd be $30 million, and instead it's $34 million. So we just underestimated the income that they would get in state aid. Next, Section 11 deals with, actually sections 11 and 12 deal with the Education Enhancement Fund carryovers. Instead of allowing those funds to continue and remain in their account, we've asked that those lapse back to the general fund. We can better track how those funds are utilized and look at that each year. Next, Section 13, the Outdoor Stewardship Fund has provided $923,200 for the Department of Wildlife, Fisheries, and Parks for various projects, and we need to escalate their budget so they can utilize those funds. Section 14 deals with funds that were paid by the Treasury. They needed to escalate some money that they borrowed from the Working Cash Stabilization Fund for temporary cash flow purposes related to debt payments, and this is just a language change to allow them to do that. That was due to some balloon payments that were due on some state debt. And finally, Section 15 is funds that we're dealing with the Forest Facility Grant Program Fund, and last year those funds were to have expired, and they did expire on June 30, 2023, and those were not utilized at that time. We want those to remain in that fund so they can be utilized. I think Senator McCon also has a bill which brings forward the code sections as it relates to that program, which is housed at MDA, and this is effective upon passage. I'll yield for questions, Mr.
Questions
President.
on the bill? Questions on the bill?
If there are none, I move adoption by use of the morning roll call.
Senators move for adoption by use of the morning roll call. Anyone object to procedure? Court is voting no. Present? Seeing none, bill passes. Showing all ayes. 5, Senator.
Let's pass on item 5 and have it retain its place.
Item 5 retains place on the calendar. Senator Harkins.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 6, Senate Bill 2226, and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2226, Israel Support Act of 2019, extend repealer on.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator Harkins.
I move to adopt the committee sub and be recognized to explain it.
You're recognized to explain the committee substitute.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, this just extends the repealer on this act to 2028. That's all the bill does. If there are no questions, I move adoption of the committee sub. You ready? Yeah.
Okay, Senator.
I move adoption of the committee sub.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
No further questions. I move passage on the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to procedure? Court is voting no. Present, Blunt. Simmons? Present. Present, Frazier. Present, Simmons. Present, Jackson. President Norwood. President Blackman. President Horn. President Butler. Anyone else? President Thomas. Brumfield, present. Jordan, present. Anyone else? Anyone else? Bill passes by use of morning roll call with designations as president as reported. Item 7, Mr. Senator Harkins.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 7 on today's calendar, Senate Bill 2304, and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2304, Income Tax Refunds, provide procedures for MDOR to set off debts owed to MDHS against and for hearings and appeals.
Make the usual motion.
Makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator Harkins.
I move we adopt the committee sub and recognize Senator Fillingham to explain.
Senator Fillingham, you recognize to explain the committee sub.
Thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman. Senate Bill 2304 deals with the issue of when benefits for like SNAP benefits or child care benefits made by MDHS to a beneficiary, there's an overpayment, and it deals with trying to get those monies back to the state. So the Benefit Recovery Unit is responsible for establishing, monitoring, and tracking these overpayments recovery for the Mississippi Department of Human Services, such as SNAP and child care vouchers due to benefits issued in error or instances of fraud. That unit establishes repayment agreements and works with those clients and providers and or subgrantees to recover those overpaid funds. They detect annually about 300 overpayment cases, each month, not annually, but every month, about 300 overpayment cases, and they try to set up those repayment agreements for individuals who many times through no fault of their own. It's just a mistake on the part of the agency or on the part of the beneficiary if they fail to report change in income and those sorts of things quickly enough. In the majority of those instances, the clients become delinquent and or refuse to repay the fund. So having a recourse such as offsetting and garnishing Mississippi state tax refunds would allow the Department of Human Services to recover more of these overpayments. This bill seeks to create a new code section that would allow them to obtain those debts owed to the agency in excess of $125 through offsetting the debtor's state tax refunds. It creates the additional method of collection. It's not a substitution for any other remedies available, which include repayment plans, which of course is what they first try to do. So that's what the committee substitute does. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Questions on the bill? Senator Hill, for what purpose, ma'am?
Just a question.
Are you here for a question,
Certainly.
Senator Hill, recognized for a question.
Would the current appeal process that you have still apply if there was some kind of mistake in the calculation of what they clawed back?
Absolutely.
So they wouldn't have to necessarily hire a lawyer or anything if it was a mistake, because you know and I know mistakes are made.
Oh, absolutely.
And I support the premise of what we're doing. I just want to
Sure.
make sure that they can still appeal it if they think it's incorrect, because I've had issues with my constituents where things were incorrect.
Absolutely, and the department readily admits at times it's the department's mistake in overpaying. Of course, in some instances, it's the opposite. Someone doesn't know that they've got to report change in income, as quickly as they need to, and as a result, there's a lag in time between when that change in income to the family is reported to the agency, and as a result, again, nobody's fault. It just happens that an overpayment is made. So the first line of defense is what they usually do is contact that family or individual and say, hey, this is a mistake. This amount of money has been overpaid. Would you like to set up a repayment plan? So certainly that's always their first intuition, is to go and try to get the overpayment made just through a payment plan. But in some instances, it's just not workable that way. And so in those cases, that's why they need the extra ability to reach out and grab a tax refund.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Ms. Hill. Senator Hill. Other questions? Seeing none, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. If no other questions, I move adoption of the committee substitute.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator, we're ready for your motion.
No other questions, and my motion will be to adopt the measure by use of the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call been requested. Anyone object to procedure? Court is voting no. President?
Horn is no.
Horn? Senator Horn, no. Anyone else? Anyone else? Seeing none, the bill passes by use of the morning roll call. All voting aye except Senator Horn. We'll go to the next number.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to skip item 8, have it retain its place on the calendar, and go to item 9 and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, item 8 retains its place on the calendar. Please read the title, Mr. Clerk.
Senate Bill number 2476, tax credits for qualified charitable and qualified foster care charitable organizations, extend repealer on.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. This just extends the repealer to 2029 on the tax qualifying charitable organizations and qualifying foster care charitable organizations that are in statute right now to 2029. That's the explanation of the bill.
Questions on the bill? Questions?
There are none, to move passage on the morning roll
Senator
call.
moves use of the morning roll call. Any senator object to procedure? Court is voting no. Present. Seeing none, all on the morning roll call, voting aye, and the bill passes. We're on 10, Senator.
I'd like to go to item 10, Senate Bill 2477, have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2477, income tax reenact and extend repealer on credit for certain railroad expenditures.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, this is just an extension of the repealer on the short line railroad tax credit. In the last 2 years, there's been over $42 million of investment made by companies in our short line railroad, and this just extends the repealer out to 2028. It is capped at $5,000 a mile, and it is a 50% credit, so they've got to spend $1 to get 50 cents on this tax credit. There are no questions. I move adoption by the morning roll call.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none, Senator has moved for use of the morning roll call. Does anybody object to procedure? Court is voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes by use of the morning roll call, voting aye. Senator, we're on 11.
I'd like to skip item 11 through 23 and have them retain their place on the calendar.
11 through 23 retain their place upon the calendar. Thank you, Senator Harkins. Senator Kirby. Pass and retain 24, 25 through 30. Now, motions to reconsider. Barnett. Senator Barnett, you're recognized. Senate, we're on 31. Yeah, I got it.
Thank you, Mr. President. Actually, we call up item number 31 on today's calendar and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2448, Mississippi Earned Parole Eligibility Act, delete repealer.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that I move to reconsider the vote.
Chairman has moved to reconsider the vote. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have an amendment at this time.
The time is appropriate. It's up on the screen. We don't have it? 1 second, please, Senator. If you'd give it to her, they'll put it on the screen for us.
Thank you, Mr. Dale. Actual opportunity to explain the amendment, Mr. President.
Okay. Okay, you got the amendment, Senator? It's up on the screen.
Okay. The amendment is to amend lines 129 through 135, and also to change the title back to reflect the deletion of those lines in the title of the bill, Mr. President. That's the explanation of the amendment.
Questions? Questions on the amendment? Senator Wiggins. There we go. Senator Wiggins, for what purpose, sir?
Question, friendly
You-
question.
Senator, will you yield? Senator Barnett?
Yes, Mr. President. I
Senator
yield to
Wiggins, you're recognized for your question.
Just making sure, so this amendment is deleting those lines.
Yes.
Which actually is strengthening the bill and not reducing any penalties, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Meaning we're not affecting, by adopting the amendment, we're not affecting anything related to anybody that's a minor charge that's been charged with a capital offense or anything like that.
No, sir. By deleting these lines, it goes back to the original bill that has been passed. I mean, that's already a law that we're just extending the repealer on now. So it just removed that language. It goes all the way back to the original earned parole bill.
Okay, thank you for the amendment.
Senator Hill, for what purpose, ma'am?
Just a question.
Senator, were you here for a question?
Yes.
Senator Hill, you're recognized.
So there's no changes to any of the code sections other than extending repealers in this bill?
No other change in any other code section, just extending or repealing.
I was just confused because on the amendment, it says to amend sections 4773 and 4775. Is the extending or repealer, that's considered amending? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Hill. Any other questions? Seeing none, Senator, we're ready for your motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. No other questions. I move to adopt the amendment.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that we adopt the bill based upon the morning roll call.
That's correct. Anyone object to the procedure? Court is voting no. Hill, no. Chisholm, no. Anyone else? Branning, present. Whaley, no. Parks, no. Parks, no. Seymour, no. McClendon, no. Anyone else? Anyone else present? Seeing none, the bill passes. Thank you, Senator. Thank you. Noes and presents noted. We go to 32. Senator Harkins. Senator Harkins passes on 32. 33. Senator Whaley passes. 34. Senator Fillingane. Senate, we're on 34. 32 and 33 retain their place upon the calendar.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item number 34. Call it up and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
2627, firearms, criminalize manufacture, possession, and use of machine gun conversion devices.
I move that we do table the motion to reconsider, and I'm happy to explain.
You're recognized to explain.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think yesterday when the bill came up, there was a couple of questions by the membership, specifically as it relates to the NRA, and I know that our good friend, Ms. Tara Misha with our NRA is here up in the gallery and has been here and I think has answered most of those questions for any of the members that have them. So with that explanation, I would move that we do table the motion to reconsider.
Motion is to table the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Thank you, Senator Fillingane. We move to 35. Senator passes on 35. It retains its place on the calendar. 36. Senator Michelle. Senator Michelle. Pass and retain 36. Senator Fillingane. 37. Pass and retain. Senator Parker, 38.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to pass on items 38, 39, have them retain their place on the calendar. Go to item 40, Senate Bill 2404, call it up and have title read.
38 and 39 retain a place on the calendar. Item 40. Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2404, State Bond Attorney authorize interim appointment in case of conflict of interest.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to recognize Senator Hobson to explain the bill.
Senator Hobson is recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a provision to deal with the potential for a conflict of interest with our state bond attorney. This arose this past year. The state bond attorney was called in to give an opinion. As most of you know, anytime a bond is issued in the state, you have to have an opinion from the state attorney. Where there is a conflict, this just sets up a procedure that he or she will notify the governor, lieutenant governor, and attorney general if there is a conflict of interest. They do that in writing, and the governor will appoint a qualified practicing attorney to serve as a pro tem state bond attorney for the duration of that particular bond item. After that, the state bond attorney will continue to act in their normal capacity. That's all the bill does, just creates a situation or creates a mechanism that if there is a conflict of interest, they've got the ability to appoint a temporary state bond attorney. I'll yield for questions.
Questions on the bill?
If none, the motion is passage by use of the morning roll call.
Senators request the use of the morning roll call. Anyone object to procedure? Board is voting no. President. Seeing none, bill passes. Ayes on the morning roll call. 41, Senator Parker.
Pass and retain its place on the calendar.
Pass and retain. 42, Senator Branning. Senator Branning is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 42 on today's calendar, Senate Bill 2250, called up. Ask that the title be read, please.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2250, squatted vehicles ban.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator Branning.
I'd like to ask that Senator Barrett be recognized to explain the bill.
Senator Barrett, you're recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 2250 deals with what's commonly referred to as a squatted vehicle. Section 637105 will include in subsection 1, subsection 1, the definitions of what would constitute a squatted vehicle. Subsection 2 of the statute would deal with what the actual meat of the bill is. It would make it unlawful for any person to drive a passenger vehicle that was quote-unquote squatted on the public roadways of the state of Mississippi. This in no way bans someone from having a squatted vehicle as a hobby or trailering that vehicle to a car show, but it would make it illegal to drive that on the public roadways. Subsection 3 deals with the penalties if you were caught violating this statute. The first offense would be a $100 fine. The second offense would be a $200 fine. The third offense would be a $300 fine, and your license would be suspended for 12 months. And finally, and importantly, subsection 5 deals with when the bill would take effect, which would be 180 days after it went into effect, which would be on or about January 27th, 2025. That's a brief explanation of the bill, Mr. President. I yield for any questions.
Senator Jordan, for what purpose you seek recognition, sir?
I have a question, Mr. President.
You yield Senator Barrett for a question?
I do.
Yes,
Senator
sir.
Jordan, you're recognized for a question, sir.
Kind of elaborate or explain what the squatted vehicle is.
Yes, sir. Well, the origination is in Baja Racing out in California, where the vehicle was lowered to help it have softer landings and jumps. What this statute would do is it would be a measurement from the fender well through the center of the wheel, and if the rear wheel were 4 inches, or the rear fender were 4 inches lower than the front, then that would be a squatted vehicle.
Okay. Now this law does what?
It would ban those vehicles from operating on the public roadway.
You have an idea how many out there now?
Yes,
that
sir.
This law would affect?
There are some there now, and that's why there would
You
be.
have an idea about how many? Give me an estimate.
No, sir. I don't know how many are out there.
Okay, but it's too many.
I think there are. Yes, sir.
And what this law does is prohibited the squatted vehicle when they violate the law by making the front too high and the back too low.
That's correct. That's correct. And look, the purpose of this bill is not at all for inhibiting someone's right to change their vehicle for aesthetics. The purpose of this bill is couched in safety. It creates a blind spot when your vehicle is sitting high.
Sure.
You can't see what's directly in front of you. And it also, the lights are tilted upward, so oncoming traffic could possibly be blinded by it. There's a lot of issues, a lot of research out there. J.D. Power has a good article on it, and
well, I think it's a good bill. I just want to know more about it, so for the bill 100%. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Senator Delano, for what purpose?
Here we go.
Question, Mr. President.
Are you here for a question, Senator Barrett?
I do.
Senator Delano, you're recognized for a question.
Thank you. I have a Jeep that I've modified significantly for off-road purposes, and I do not have rear fenders. I do not have front fenders. My tires are 43 or 44 inches tall. So how would this affect my vehicle?
I think at that point, like in law enforcement with the window tint and other issues that our law enforcement face, they would probably make a judgment call and look at the fender wells as opposed to the actual fenders. But I'm speculating on that.
So Mr. Chairman, I'll tell you, I think this bill is good-natured. I have seen quite a few incidents where these blind spots or the hoods are so high that they create such a blind spot that the driver can't see a car that has stopped in front of them, and it's very dangerous for on-road use. I want to see this bill move forward. I would like to see it, but I am concerned of unintended consequences for other vehicles that have been modified, especially for off-road use, that do not have the blind spot issues that you're referring to. And I don't want to get in a situation where we're having to inspect vehicles or having to get an inspection or an exception from the Highway Patrol or any other inspection process. So as you move forward with this bill, should it survive, I would ask that you provide some kind of a carve-out for, or at least something for a vehicle that is designed for off-road use.
Yeah, thank you for that question and statement. The bill is restricted to operating on the public roadways, the streets, public roadways, highways. So driving a vehicle off-road would not be a problem as the way the law is currently stated.
Well, sir, I understand that my vehicle is safe for on-road use, and I use it more on-road than I do for off-road. It's just that I've specifically built it as a vehicle to be able to conquer anything off-road.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Norwood, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
Are you here for a question, Senator?
Yes, sir.
Senator Norwood's recognized for a question on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Barrett. Just for clarification now, this has to be a vehicle that has been altered, not, some of our cars are just maybe old and raggedy and decrepit, if you will, and they just may be, it may be at that point, but it's not altered. So do they have to be altered or just?
No. The premise of this bill, again, is couched in safety. It is an altered vehicle that has a 4-inch difference between the front fender and the rear fender.
And it has
And I guess if the question is, if you're driving a vehicle that is so old that it has a 4-inch difference in its front and rear, then if that causes a problem, I think if you were issued a citation, you would certainly be able to go to court and due process would ensue, and you could explain that to the court. Now, that is not the intention of this bill. The intention of the bill is that a modification that reduces the rear to 4 inches below the front.
And this, you say any public streets, and so you mean county, city, and MHP, everybody would be on the same page in terms of enforcing this?
Yes, sir. Everybody would be
Okay. Thank you, Mr. President. Thanks, Senator Barrett.
Thank you, Senator Norwood. Senator Parker, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
Please proceed.
You?
Yes.
Yes, sir. He did. He gave us a nod head.
Okay. So I've got a little familiarity with this. I've got a son who has a raised vehicle, and if someone did have their vehicle squatted like this to an extreme level, it's not very difficult for them to cure that deficit should they decide to do that. Is that correct?
No, that's correct.
And so this would not ban them from owning their vehicle or have their vehicle taken away from them. It would just require them to probably undo the modification that they chose to do that put them outside of this parameter.
That's correct. And I think on the calendar, it does say squatted vehicle, semicolon, ban. This doesn't ban vehicles. What it does is it makes it illegal to operate the vehicle on the public roadways. If you wish to have a squatted vehicle in your yard, again, you can trailer it, take it to your local car show. You can take it wherever you want to on a trailer. To your point, yes, if you have a front lift and you wanted to make it street legal, you buy the other half the lift and make it legal.
Right. You just, if it was brought to their attention, they would just have to cure that remedy and then they would continue on.
That's exactly right. There is a case in Smith County that happened recently in Senator Rhodes' district wherein a man got off work, pulled into his driveway, didn't see a child run out in front of him because of the angle of the seat, and he ran over the child and killed the child. Right. So, this is certainly couched, again, in safety, and I in no way want to preclude someone from doing what they want with their vehicle.
Right.
But I think if a vehicle is on the public roadways, it needs to be operating in a safe manner.
I agree, and I thank you for your work on this bill.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Parker. Other questions on the bill? Other questions on the bill? Seeing none, Senator, I think we're ready for your motion, sir.
Yes, sir, Mr. President. If there are no more questions, I ask for passage by use of the morning roll call.
The morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Mr. Carter is voting no. Present? Seeing none, the bill passes by use of the morning roll call, voting aye. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
We go to Senator Carter. We have Representative Kincaid here, who does great work over there for our outdoor people. So welcome, Representative. We're good to have you here.
Mr. President, I'd like to go to item 44 on the calendar and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate nomination number 8, Trivia Rogers, Grenada County, Mississippi. Commercial Mobile Radio Service Board as representative from Mississippi 911 Coordinators Association, 4-year term beginning July 1st, 2023 and ending June 30th, 2027.
I'd like to be recognized to explain.
You're recognized to explain.
Mr. President and the body, Treva Rogers came before the committee via Zoom. Her peer report checked out. She had no discrepancies on there, and I move that we do advise and consent on the morning roll call.
Questions? Parker, Senator Parker. Good? Questions on the nomination? Seeing no questions, Senator, we're ready for your motion.
I move that we do advise and consent morning roll call.
Senator has suggested use of the morning roll for advise and consent. Does anyone object to the procedure or is voting no? Present? Bill passes with use of the ayes by the use of the morning roll call. I didn't mean to exclude Senator Massengale. the real power over in the House of Representatives.
You guys saved the best for last, Mr. President.
And we're glad you're here. Steve, thank you for coming over. All right, we're back on the bills. We're on 44, Senator Carter.
We're going to 45, and I'd ask that the title be read.
44 retains its place on the calendar. Item 45, Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2453, an adequate service authorizing the Commission to cancel a municipality's certificate to provide service upon finding of.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it, Senator Carter.
Mr. President, I ask that Senator Whaley be recognized to explain the bill.
Senator Whaley, you're recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senate Bill 2453, very simple bill that just deals with some changes dealing with the Public Service Commission, basically giving granting them the authority to investigate a municipal electric system that provides a service greater than 1 mile outside of their municipal boundaries, whether or not they're providing reasonable and adequate service to their customers. And it just goes through and it inserts the language municipal-owned electric company, which brings it up because they already had this authority with the gas and water. And then it also says that in the case that there is ever a receivership, in the case of the service area is moved or changed, altered in any way, that the receiver would take the responsibility from the municipality of the cost incurred. And that's a brief explanation of the bill, and I would entertain any questions.
Questions on the bill? Senator Suber, for what purpose?
Question.
You have for a question, Senator Whaley?
No, I do.
Senator Suber, you're recognized for a question.
Senator Whaley, what all municipalities will this affect?
So currently, this would affect three municipal electric systems, as all of the other municipal systems are currently already under this, and that would be Holly Springs, New Albany, and Okolona, as I understand it.
Are these the only three, I guess, electric companies that are not under the Public Service Commission?
That's the way I understand it from my research, yes, sir.
I mean, would you be opposed if we excluded Okolona?
Well, I think that if you go to excluding people, that's part of the problem, and the whole premise of this bill is to ensure that your constituents and the ratepayers have adequate service and availability to adequate service. That's the whole premise of my bill. Now, you're a senator and you can offer an amendment. I will oppose it. I think that that's a bad choice, but you're free to do whatever you want.
Now, the purpose of this bill, without getting into much of issues, this is geared more towards Holly Springs and some of the issues they've had over the past few years.
There are some issues that have happened, and basically the gist of this, if you are providing an adequate and reasonable service, you have nothing to worry about.
All right, so as long as they're operating as they're supposed to, wouldn't have any problem?
Would be no problems, no, sir.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Suber. Senator Norwood, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
Senator, you yield for a question?
Yes, sir.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Whaley. The initial review or investigation, if you will, where would that come from before we get to the PSC?
So as I understand it, the Public Service Commission would have an investigation, look at different things. They would have public hearings with the public, with the ratepayers. They would have hearings with the municipality. They would have a finding if they found that there was reasonable service being provided. Nothing happens. If they do not feel that there is reasonable service being provided, that would be granted to a receivership, and it would go through the Chancery Court. Excuse me.
So the initial review would come as a result of complaints from the and then it will go to the Public Service Commission, and then the Public Service Commission will send their investigators out to do the review.
That's
and then
correct.
a decision will be made from that.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thanks, Senator Wade.
Thank you very much, Senator Lloyd.
Microphone's not on.
Senator Jordan, for what purpose, sir?
Thank you, Mr. President. I thank you, Senator. I just need some clarification. Who would be at fault? The city would be at fault? This is when the city refuses or cannot meet its obligation in doing what it's supposed to do. Then this other agency can come in.
Yes, sir. If the municipal-owned electric company in this case, or water or gas, is not providing the adequate service to areas 1 mile outside of their city limits. Now, we're talking
1 mile outside the city limit.
Yes, sir. I'm talking about municipal electric companies that service an area far outside of the municipal limits. People, this one that we have had a great deal of conversation about and talk about is one back at, in my home area that I represent. It expands into two counties.
Talk a little louder. We're getting a little competition from here somewhere.
Sir?
Talk a little louder. We're getting a little competition, right?
Yes, sir. I'll do better. So what we're talking about, a municipal electric company that goes further than 1 mile outside of its city limits,
okay.
They would, if they're not providing the adequate service, the Public Service Commission could initiate a hearing, an investigation to see whether or not they are doing what they should be doing for the ratepayers.
Okay, the public service. All right, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Jordan. Senator Parker, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
You yield for a question, Senator Whaley?
I do.
Senator Parker, you recognize for a question on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your work on this.
Yes, sir.
We had the opportunity a little earlier in the session to have the 3 members of the Public Service Commission come before the subcommittee of appropriations, and we discussed this at length. Would it surprise you to hear that all 3 of the Public Service Commissioners had an extreme concern about the area that I believe this bill is trying to remedy?
No, sir, I wouldn't be surprised at all.
Would it surprise you to hear that they had detailed meetings in that particular authority and were concerned that the municipality did not have the resources or the desire to help the people outside of the municipal area?
Unfortunately, that is the truth, and I wish it weren't. I wouldn't have to be standing here doing this bill.
And would it surprise you to hear that the Public Service Commissioners had already met with other co-ops to see if they would be able to provide a remedy that might help the people who, in some instances, are being left without electricity for up to 2 weeks at a time?
Well, I'm not familiar with that, but I do know that in the case of inclement weather and events, and not even inclement weather events back home, it is a struggle to get outside utility companies to come in and assist. As we all know, when storm events happen, it's customary for other electric co-ops or municipal companies to come in. It is very difficult to get them to come into the system in question that you're referring to. Yes, sir.
And just personally, because I know a number of people up in my area who work the lines and do the work on the system, and I've heard linesmen describe the situation as being they feel in danger going into some of these areas to try to assist to repair the lines because they have been neglected in some cases for a long time. So I guess my question would be, do you think there's a safety issue not only to the people who are being deprived of electricity, but for the workers who are trying to come in there and trying to restore power to these particular areas?
Unfortunately, it is a terrible safety issue, and that's one of the main reasons why it is difficult to get help to come in, because we found out in a recent storm just a few years ago, or last year, excuse me, it was last year, that not much in the form of records keeping, and it makes it a challenge for them to come in and restore efforts because they're not sure where this power source comes from and where it leads to. So it is a safety issue, and I think a bigger safety issue developed from the TVPPA report that you're referring to dealt with personnel and employees and the lack of there, and that was a safety concern as well. So, yes, sir, it is troubling to me.
And so the bill would allow Public Service Commission to come in and try to make recommendations to try to improve the problem?
It would simply allow the Public Service Commission to have an investigation to find out if there is reasonable and adequate supply of the utility.
Okay. Thank you for your work on this big problem.
Thank you, Senator Parker. Seeing no further questions, Senator Wade, we're ready for your motion, sir.
Move passage on the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Court is voting no. Suber, no. Blackman, no. Anyone else? Terry, no. Frazier, no. Anyone else? Thomas, no. Norwood, no. Simmons, S, no. Simmons, D, no. Jordan, no. Jackson, no. Horn, no. Butler, no. Barnett, no. Brumfield, no. Anyone else? Present, voting present. Hickman. Anyone else? The bill passes by use of the morning roll call. And with the noes noted, go to Senator DeBar, item 46. Sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. Call that item up and have the title read.
One moment. Senator Parker, before we start, Senator DeBar, while you're getting shoved up. Senator Parker, for what purpose?
Introduction out of order, Mr. President.
Please proceed. I see that.
Thank you, Mr. President. On behalf of myself, Senator McClendon, Senator Blackwell, Representative Massagill, Representative Kincaid, we've got a group here from North Point Christian School in South Haven, Wendy Cox, and her crew is here with fifth graders from North Point Christian School. If those students would mind standing, please make them welcome to their Senate.
Thank you. Welcome to your Senate, y'all. Good to have you here, Senator Blackwell.
Thank you, Mr. President. Without objection, I'd like to be added as co-sponsor to 2453.
Seeing no objection granted, Senator Younger wants to be added as co-sponsor. Seeing no objection granted, Senator DeBar, 46.
Yeah, call that item up and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2332, MAEP, revised funding formula.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. We have a committee sub. I'd like to call that up and be recognized to explain.
You're recognized to explain the committee substitute.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senators, this is a bill that we passed last year, 52-0, with 2 additional changes. And I'll go through the bill first before we get those 2 additional changes. What we do, and yet right now you've got the pages handing out a sheet showing how the changes to the MAP formula would affect your districts and so forth. So you can look at that and see how it, before you make a vote on it this morning. And so what we do, with the MAP formula, same as last year, we're amending the 40% base student cost to 25%. When we calculate the formula, we're amending it from 40 to 25%. That is something the superintendents have said has been what they've been doing anyway, so we're just reflecting what is currently happening. And that's the inflationary index in non-recalculation years. We recalculate every 4 years. I believe the next one is in 2027. We're amending the rate of inflation because base student cost, there's an inflationary index, and currently you take the previous year's inflation rate. What we're doing is taking the 20-year average. That gets a better overall picture of inflation over time. Just this last year, It was 4.1% if it was just last year. Under the 20-year average is 2.6%. In lines 262 and elsewhere, we're amending the local contribution. Basically, districts get their share minus the local contribution rate. Currently, it's the lesser of 27% or the value of 28 mills. 28.7% of their share of their MAEP allocation. We're increasing that 27% to 29.5%. Most, if not all, districts are paying into, I guess, 29.5% or higher. So this really doesn't harm any districts either. We're striking some dated hold harmless language, but we do have hold harmless in the legislation, same as last year. We have about 10 districts that, because of a significant amount of student loss, ADA loss, that they could be losing some money. And so we're holding them harmless for a year, allowing them time to make changes to prepare for their student loss. Here are the two new changes were added to this bill on lines 341 to 346. Basically, we're stating that 90% of the contributions to MAEP must be spent on expenses other than superintendent, assistant superintendent's, principal, and assistant principal salaries. This is the same language we included in the education appropriations bill last year. If you recall, we were able to put in $100 million extra into education, but it was subject to that term that I just read off. It only could go to, basically, that's to get money into the classroom and not into administrative expenses. Lines 356 is the second term we've added, and what that does is it's currently, this really affects JPS. It's something that Dr. Green has brought to us as well, that if a child leaves a public school, hence moves to a public charter school, and then decides to return back to that public school, then the charter school has to return a pro rata share of their MAEP allocation back to that public school. Currently, that is not allowed for in law, and this will allow JPS, who is in, or whatever public school, to receive a pro rata share of their MAEP allocations back. This will cost roughly $210 million. And that will include the 2% PERS increase, as well as the health insurance premium increase. I believe it was 6%. I think that's right. Senator Michelle has told me that 6% in the increase for health insurance. So these numbers that you see before you, we vetted them through the Department of Education, consulted with them, we consulted with LBO. They've run their numbers, each independent of each other. We've had the Lieutenant Governor's office, so we've had 3 checks and balances to make sure that the numbers that you have before you are correct, and that barring any changes to the legislation, if this were to pass as is, that's what each school district could receive. I had a question, I think it was from earlier from one senator that said, you know, I'm actually losing money. I said, no. What you're doing is, if we fully funded MAEP under the current formula with no changes, you would get, I'll use a hypothetical, $100 million. Currently, the way we've been underfunding MAEP, they might be getting $50 million. But with the changes to the formula that we're making now, they're not getting that full $100 million, but they're getting maybe $75 million. So they're actually increasing their MEP allocations. It'll be fully funded under the changes, but it won't be the total of the full amount they would receive under the current formula, less any changes. So this will be an increase for most districts, if most all districts. And so that is an explanation of the bill, Mr. President. I'll gladly yield for any questions.
Okay, questions on the bill. Senator Horn, for what purpose, sir?
Question.
You for a question, Senator DeBar?
Yes, I do.
Please proceed, Senator Horn. A question on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator DeBar, I was happy to hear you say that some of the changes that are being made will allow JPS to receive a pro rata share for student returns from a public charter, because right now, Jackson Public Schools is having to pay charter schools in Jackson $48 million a year. And a lot of the kids don't stay in the charter schools, but the money stays behind in the charter schools, even though the child has re-entered another public school,
right,
whether it's JPS or otherwise. I'm seeing some of the districts on the updated formula appear in red, and it looks like they are going to be losing money. So what are the figures in red signifying?
Those are the districts that we're holding harmless this year. Okay. Because of the significant student loss that school district receives. We're holding at the ADA. That is why we're holding them harmless for a year, to allow them to make appropriate preparations for that loss. So they will not receive anything less than they've received this year, but they will know the next year rolls around that they will not get that full amount. They will not be held harmless any further.
And you mentioned 212 million as a figure. I see 203 on the total.
If you look to the last page, it's actually what I see is 206 million, yes.
Okay.
And that's with a BSC of 7,200.
Is it safe to characterize this as, because of the formulaic changes that you're making, an increase in the MAEP formula?
Repeat that question. I'm sorry to miss that.
Is it safe to characterize this as an increase in MAEP?
I think it's safe to characterize it in a way that we can provide more money to school districts, provide some accountability for us to know what we should be appropriating every year. It will provide some stability as for the out years, in that next year we know if this were to pass as is, based on the formula, we'll have a better number to fully fund education next year, which would be roughly 56 million, which is way less than it is now. And so this provides some accountability for us as legislators, but it also provides stability, and it also allows superintendents and districts to know what they're getting roughly every year, because we have an objective formula which they can base that on.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Horn.
Thank you. Senator Boyd, for what purpose, ma'am?
Question.
You for a question, Senator?
Yes, I do.
Senator Boyd's recognized for a question on the bill.
Mr. Chairman, the House yesterday passed a funding package bill. It was just passed yesterday afternoon. Have you had any time to look at that legislation to know how our two different proposals compare?
I have not. I've heard it's out there. I think it's about 400 pages long. I can tell you what I do know. I can't respond to things I don't know. I do know that about mid-February, I met with Mississippi First, who explained the whole process of the House, legislation as it was going to be dropped. I haven't seen the bill until it was actually dropped. That's when I heard it was. But from what I understand in talking with Mississippi First, is they collaborated with the Empower Group, Mississippi Center for Public Policy, beginning last January 23. And I think Senator Blunt was in that meeting with us, so he was taking copious notes. So if I'm wrong, Senator Blunt, you correct me. But in January of 23, those three groups got together to come together to change the formula, eliminate the form, come up with their own. And so they hired some group out of Massachusetts to help collaborate with them to devise this new plan. And then in December of 23, they come up with a plan, and then the first I was made aware of it was when Senator Blunt and I met with him in February. So we have not been consulted, have not been made aware of it until then. Like I said, haven't even had a chance to read their bill. So that's kind of where we're at. They have their plan, we have our plan, and I think it's extremely important, as I said repeatedly, that we have an objective formula where we are held accountable, superintendents can be prepared and can create and run their formula themselves and have a rough estimate what they'll receive, versus the legislature being responsible and appropriating whatever they see fit without an objective formula. So that's where we're at this point. As always, I'm happy to discuss whatever ideas the House may have, but we have, in our opinion, my opinion, a few things that we want to make sure we're in place, and we'll just see what happens.
Thank you, and thank you for your tremendous work on this process.
Thank you, Senator Boyd.
Thank you, Senator Boyd. Senator Michelle, for what purpose?
For a question, please, Mr.
You
President.
for a question, Senator Barr?
Yes.
Senator Michelle?
Thank you. Senator Barr, you mentioned how a district could actually be getting more, but being told they're getting less. I was the one who asked you that question about that, specifically on line 82 for Madison County. Do you have the summary sheet?
Are you on the bill or the sheet?
Summary sheet?
Okay.
Yeah. If the formula were funded at 100%, which occurs once about every 10 years, according to this, Madison County would have gotten around $82,750,000. But what you're saying here appears that in the world we live in today, since that doesn't occur, they are going to get about almost 2.6 million more because we're using real numbers.
That's correct.
And then I also represent Jackson Public Schools, and they'll be getting about 345,000 more. That's on line 46. So you're dealing with real numbers rather than just hoping that the MAP formula were fully funded, which doesn't occur very often. Is that right?
Correct. Like if you look at Madison again, you can see they've got last year 77.5. If it was fully funded, as the formula currently stands, it'd be 82.7. But under this modified formula with the technical changes, you're going to get 80.1, which is, like you said, almost 2.6 million more. So
thank you for your
you're
work
not
on
losing
this.
money.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator Michelle. Other questions on the bill? Senator Fillingane.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
No, it's not.
One moment, please, Senator. Okay, we're ready, Senator Fillingane, for your question, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Mr. Chairman, for indulging these questions. I'm curious, I'm looking at the handout, I'm trying to decipher, does the local supplement get factored in anywhere on this chart, or is that a totally separate
That
figure?
goes into the BSE, the base student cost allocation.
So is there a number on the chart that's reflective of that?
Of the base student cost, now, the last page, you'll see the base student cost is roughly
72.65,
yes.
So the local supplement is just averaged into that?
Yes.
Because I know it's different in each district, right?
Isn't that correct? That's correct, right? Yes, that's correct.
And what about the federal dollars? Is this only the state portion, or does this take into account the federal dollars as well?
This is only the state portion, yes.
So on the sheet, if we wanted to find a figure for our various school districts that showed the total funding, local supplement, state portion, as well as federal, does that chart exist someplace?
I think we can get that together. We don't have that here, obviously, but I can provide that information to the chamber if that's what we
Sure.
need. Yep.
I appreciate that. And then, obviously, this is talking about, the bill is talking about the formula whereby we take the state dollars and funnel them to the various districts. What number on here, obviously that has to be appropriated, right? So we're not dealing with the appropriation in this bill.
Correct.
But if we're looking at your chart and trying to zero in on the target number for what our appropriation bill for the MAP formula would be, where would that figure be?
That is going to be, that's the, down there, 206 million. That's on line 160 of that chart. 206,115,000. That's the additional funding it would require to fully fund MAP under this formula.
Under this version of the bill?
Yes.
Okay. And is that an increase, I'm assuming, over the dollars that we had appropriated last year?
Right. Last year we appropriated roughly 2.4 billion. We're adding under this formula another 206 million.
So this would be an additional $206 million in this version over dollar for dollar over last year.
Correct.
Okay. And average daily attendance versus the average daily enrollment. Which version of that, I know that's been some debate over the past, number of years. Right. Which one are we using?
This is the average daily attendance, or the ADA. We've looked into changing this to the ADM, or average daily enrollment. However, we've been informed by the department that if we were to do it mid-year, that it would really affect the formula and create some type of what they said was chaos. It would not properly reflect what it should be done. So the next recalculation year is in 27, and so at that point in time, that was our intention, was to move forward with moving from ADA to the ADM, or ADE, as you called it.
Right. Well, thank you. I think my last question would be, I know in years past there's been some maybe differences over if the enrollment increases in a particular district, how soon does that district realize the increase via funding for those additional students? And conversely, if a district is losing student enrollment, is there a similar lag time between when the student leaves and when the district would realize the loss of those dollars following those students?
Well, with the ADA, as you know, the count is in the fall, October, November. With the ADM, that is throughout the entire school year. So it would be the next school year when they reported it to the department and we calculated it then. That's when it would be done.
So it's just the very next school year. I know at some point, I've been here probably too long, but there was like a 2-year lag maybe, but this is just talking about the very next school year, either up or down. That's the figure.
Yes, sir.
All right. Well, thank you so much for taking my questions.
Thank you, Senator Fellingham.
Senator Jordan, for what purpose?
I have a question, Mr.
Are you here for a
President.
question, Senator?
Yes, I will.
Senator Jordan, you're recognized for a question on the bill.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, this is the second time, correct me if I'm wrong, that MAE has been fully funded.
Yeah, this is the second year in a row we tried to do
Second,
this.
since it's in here, since we started.
Yes. MAEP's been fully funded twice since
Twice.
its implementation, yes.
Yes, sir. And back to if the student leaves and goes to a charter school, those resources from MDA follow him or her over there, right?
That's correct.
So if they decide to leave and come back, then what funds left would be transferred back to MAE?
With the child leaves the charter school, currently that money stays with the charter school. However,
if the child leaves and come back to the public school,
currently the money
whatever is left come back. Not all of it, but whatever is left come back.
Right.
Is that way it works?
Right. Well, currently the money stays with the charter school. However, we've got a term in here to make it where the charter school has to pay the public school back. So a pro rata share.
The total amount?
No, just a pro rata share.
Oh, okay.
Not the full amount.
I think we're saying the same thing, but thank you.
Okay, thank you,
Thank you,
Senator
Senator
Jordan.
Jordan. Other questions on the bill? Senator Hill, for what purpose?
Question.
You're here for a question, Senator?
Yes.
Senator Hill, you're recognized for a question on the bill.
Being how complicated these formulas are, is there anything built into this formula where a meal is worth less in a certain area of the state than it is in another area? So are we sending more money per student in the formula where a meal is worth less?
What the formula does, it says that the local contribution rate is the lesser of the 28 mills or the 29.5% of their MAEP allocation. So if they have the value of a meal is not worth as much as another district, then they would use the millage. If the mills was less than the percentage, they would use the mills. If the mills was less, the percentage was less than the mills was, they would use the percentage.
So this sounds to me like this does supplement where a meal is worth less.
Yes.
So we're sending more money where a meal is worth less.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none, Senator, we're ready for your motion.
Move for adoption of the committee substitute.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator, we're ready on your motion.
Move for passage by use of the morning roll call.
Senator has requested use of the morning roll call. Anyone object to the procedure? We should be, of course, voting no. Present. Hill, present. Anyone else? Anyone else? Ladner, present. Present. Ladner. Anyone else? Anyone else? Seeing none, the bill passes. Senator McClendon, for what purpose?
By unanimous consent, I'd like to be added as co-author.
Seeing no objection, granted. Senator Barr, 47.
Call that item up and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2343, Mississippi Modified School Calendar Grant Program, establish and provide eligibility criteria.
Make the usual motions.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator Barr.
Thank you, Mr. President. Some of you know and understand that there are some districts throughout the state, school districts, that have converted or changed to a modified school calendar. Some people say it's a year-round school calendar. Approximately 7, maybe a few more, have made that conversion. Corinth was the first district to do it roughly 7 years ago. Lamar, Gulfport, Starkville, Clinton, a few others. And so this is a voluntarily program. It's not mandatory, but it says that if you are a school district and you switch to this modified calendar, which in some districts it's 9 weeks of schooling, 3 weeks of off, and that reduces the summer period, vacation period. But if you do that, we will provide you up to $250,000 over 3 years to make that conversion. That number, that figure came from what Lamar County did a few years ago. And so this modified calendar is something that has shown that if it can help some of that loss that students may have during the summer vacations and so forth. It helped prevent the burnout of just going to school over and over without breaks. And so what we're doing is providing some incentive for the school district to do that. And we're also capturing some of those districts that have already done it, like Lamar and Gulfport. We're going back to, I think, 3 years to allow them to recoup some of their expenses. It's a reimbursable grant program, and they have to show that the actual expenses, and this just allows for that to occur. So I'll be glad to yield for any questions, Mr. President.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none, we're ready for your motion, sir.
Move for passage by use of the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Those voting no. Present. Hill. Present. Hobson. Hobbs not here. Pardon me, Senator Berry? Senator Berry present. Simmons present. Seymour present.
Super.
Chisholm present. Anyone else? Anyone else? Seeing none, the bill passes. Thank you, Senator. 48.
Call that item up and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2556, Early Learning Collaborative Act, require the Department of Education to provide certain data on educational effects.
Make the usual motions.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a legislation that comes to us from the Peer Committee, and what it does is it affects the early learning collaboratives that we have been increasing funding for over the last few years, that Senator Wiggins has been a champion of and has pushed this, and they've been doing great things. And so what Peer has requested us to do is allow them to help collect more data, capture more data. What you'll see on line 230 is that every 3 years, Peer, beginning 23, the department has to provide to the legislature and the governor a rigorous evaluation of their effectiveness of the programs. After each 3-year period, the peers shall review a 3-year report and make annual reports. But what peer requests for us to do is to allow them to include more data. You can see that data on lines 241, which includes kindergarten readiness, English language arts proficiency in grades 3 through 8, math proficiency in grades 3 through 8, science proficiency in grades 5 through 8, disciplinary incidents, chronic absenteeism, on-time graduation rate, college enrollment, grade retention, and special education services exits. And so that's what they were asking, that the information be provided for them so they can provide us in their peer reports. And that's a simple explanation of the bill, Mr. President. I'll yield for any questions.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none, Senator, ready for your motion.
I'll move for passage by use of the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. No objection to procedure. The court is voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes by use of the morning roll call, reflecting ayes. And we will go to Senator Polk.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate stand in recess until 1:30.
Till 1:30, all in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We stand in recess. Pass. Item 49 retains its place. Senator Fillingame.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item number 50, called up and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Walker's Law, Senate Bill number 2355, Walker's Law, an act to criminalize sexual extortion.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Ayes have it. Senator Fillingame.
Thank you, Mr. President. If you'll recognize Senator Williams to handle the bill, please, sir.
Senator Williams, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. Have we called the bill up? We've done that, right?
Yes. Yes.
As you may or may not remember, last year during session, we did a resolution for Brian Montgomery. He is the father of Walker Montgomery, a young man that a few years ago, again, just refreshing everybody, got involved on social media one night and over a 3-hour period, at the conclusion of which he took his life. He was a victim of what is commonly known as catfishing or sextortion. And we're bringing legislation now that will codify the criminal act of that. We currently don't have that on the statute. And I'm here to explain the bill and entertain any questions. Walker's Law creates the crime of sexual extortion and aggravated sexual extortion. A person commits sexual extortion if the person intentionally threatens, including through the use of electronic mail or electronic communication, to release, exhibit, or distribute a private image of another in order to compel or attempt to compel the victim to do any act or refrain from doing any act against his or her will, with the intent to obtain an additional private image or anything else of value. The penalty for sexual extortion is first offense up to not exceeding 5 years, second offense not exceeding 10 years, third offense not exceeding 20 years. A person commits aggravated sexual extortion if the person commits sexual extortion and either, number one, the victim is a minor or vulnerable person and the person convicted of sexual extortion is an adult, or the victim suffers great bodily injury or death and the appropriate court finds beyond a reasonable doubt that the sexual extortion of the victim was the proximate cause of the great bodily injury or death. The penalty for aggravated sexual extortion is not to exceed 20 years. Section 5 of the bill also authorizes the youth court to order as a condition of sentencing behavioral health counseling from an appropriate agency or provider for any juvenile who commits sexual extortion. There were questions as I polled a few people about, we have done legislation in recent years, and I consider hazards of the internet, there's time that we need to come along and create policy, and we did a revenge porn bill in the 21 session, and I want to kind of delineate the difference between revenge porn and sexual extortion. Revenge porn is exactly what the name suggests. It's the sharing of private sexual content, typically an ex-partner or someone the victim knows, with the intention of causing humiliation, embarrassment, or emotional distress. Sexual extortion is a broader term. It encompasses revenge porn, but also includes situations where the motivation is not revenge. Some of these examples would include blackmail, of course, extortion, financial gain, social notoriety, or control. Revenge porn is a type of sexual exploitation, but not all sexual exploitation is revenge porn. I hope that provides clarity on the differences between the revenge porn bill we already have in statute and the sexual extortion bill that's before you. I would yield to any questions.
Senator Simmons, for a question.
Question, Mr. President.
Do you yield, Senator Simmons?
I do, thank you.
Senator Simmons, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator, for yielding. Senator, I am in support of what you are trying to achieve. And in your explanation, you did mention in existing law, we do have a revenge porn statute, correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Are you aware that we also, in our criminal code, we already have extortion as a crime?
Yes, sir, I'm aware that we have that.
Okay. And so and I want to help you achieve what you're trying to achieve, but will you consider it to be a friendly amendment for a reverse repealer? What I'm trying to make sure we do is look at our existing statutes as it relates to this, but also place it in the right place as this bill goes through the process. Would you be opposed to reverse repealer?
No, I would not oppose that. I would see that as a friendly amendment. And as I mentioned with other concerns, that we don't want to replicate legislation. I feel that we're not, but if we need to take a closer look to ensure we're coming alongside the extortion laws, I definitely would appreciate that.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you,
I have an
Senator.
amendment at the proper time, Mr. President.
Well, there are no other, excuse me, no other questions, so I think now would be a proper time.
He got it. He got it.
Senator Simmons, recognized for an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members of the Senate, this is just inserting a reverse repealer in the bill. As the bill moves through the process, I certainly want to help support Senator Williams get this bill into the law. Actual support for the reverse repealer.
Are there any questions on the amendment? The motion, Senator, is to adopt the amendment?
I move to adopt the amendment, Mr. President.
The motion is to adopt the amendment. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Williams, you recognize.
I'd like to move that we adopt on the use of the morning roll call. Is that correct? As amended?
Use of the morning roll call is amended. Any objection? All in favor say aye. Does anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Excuse me. Seeing none, a use of morning roll call is adopted. That bill is passed.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Okay, we'll go to the next item. Let's see, 51, Senator Turner Ford, pass and retain. 52, Judd A, pass and retain. And also 53, Senator Wiggins. 54, Senator England.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item number 54 and ask the title be read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2144, runoff elections, amend to lengthen the timing requirement.
Senator England.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator England.
Mr. President, I ask to be recognized to explain the committee sub.
You're recognized to explain.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a bill that simply takes the runoff time period from 3 weeks to 4 weeks. This is to allow our circuit clerks and everyone else to have time to get the previous election certified and get ballots printed. The committee sub, the reason we have a committee sub in front of us is we did insert a reverse repealer into the bill. We have the Secretary of State's office and a few others looking to make sure that our deadlines line up on this before we pass the bill. I think they do, but we just put a reverse repealer in it just to make sure. So that is an explanation of the committee sub, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions? Senator Hobson. Senator Hobson had the first question. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Hobson.
Hobson. What did I say?
Thank you. You weren't listening earlier, obviously, Mr. President.
No, okay.
With all due respect.
Probably not, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. I do have a question.
Yes, I yield.
Thank you. Senator, what's the purpose of changing this from 3 to 4 weeks? If you explained it a minute ago, I didn't hear it.
Yeah, so the 3 weeks has been such a short time frame for, number one, for the election to get certified, for any other ballots to be counted, certify the election, and then they have to print ballots for the new election. So this allows an extra week for that to happen. The 3 week time frame, our circuit clerks and elections commissioners, Secretary of State's office have all been letting us know that that's just way too tight of a time frame to get done what needs to be done in our elections process. So they've asked us to bump it. I had one group ask me to bump it to 5 weeks, but for the most part, they were just asking for an additional week here.
Is there any concern that people will lose, the more time that you go, they'll lose interest in the election process? Do you keep them engaged by keeping it on a shorter timetable for the runoff?
That certainly was a concern, and that's actually why when I talked to folks about 4 versus 5 weeks, we did discuss that very thing. And so we want to keep voters engaged while at the same time we're making sure that our elections process is secure and is ready to go forward for those runoff elections.
Well, what's the problem from 3 to 4 weeks? That, you know, if you're talking about 4 to 5 being, you know, obviously 4 being sooner, what happens between the 3rd and the 4th week that makes it so problematic to keep it at the 3rd week?
So the election, as you know, we've gone to paper ballots in Mississippi with the Scantron. Everyone gets a paper ballot. So those have to be prepared and printed. But before they can even do that, you have to have an election certified. So that's what's taken time because it can take 10 days or more, depending on what, especially if you have a challenge, that can go a little bit longer, and they've just been butting up against barely making it in 3 weeks. And of course, we've seen other issues in the state where they maybe weren't ready for an election. And so this just gives an extra week for the professionals that conduct our elections, and that's who has asked for this extra time.
And what do other states do on runoff periods? Y'all looked at that?
I would have to get back to you on that, and I certainly will. As I mentioned, we've got a reverse repealer in the committee sub to keep the conversation going for that reason, to answer any questions there may be, and I will certainly find out what other states do with regard to their runoff time frame.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Senator England.
Yes, thank you. Senator Hobson.
Thank you, Senator Hobson. Okay. Senator Seymour, do you have a question?
Yes, Mr. President.
Do you yield, Senator Seymour, for a question?
I do yield.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Isn't it also a fact that because of your affidavit ballots taking an extra 5 days, it's really put a crunch on the clerks to get it done?
That's right. There are certain times that we have built in that are just making this 21-day time period a crunch. So, yes, thank you for that question.
All right, seeing no further questions, motion to adopt the committee sub?
Yes, that's my motion, Mr. President, to adopt the committee sub.
Senator moves to adopt the committee sub. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator England.
Thank you, Mr. President. My motion now is for final passage by use of the morning roll call.
The senator suggests use the morning roll call for final passage. Does any senator object? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present. Senator Hobson, Senator Branning also is present. Seeing no others, record all others present by use of more roll calls. Voting aye, the bill is passed. Senator England.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to the next item on the calendar, number 55, and ask the title be read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2367, ranked choice voting prohibited in Mississippi elections.
Senator England.
Thank you, Mr. President. Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed no. The ayes have it. Senator England.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a very simple bill. It's a one-page bill here, and it just bans ranked choice voting in the state of Mississippi. Quite simply what the title says. So that is the explanation of the bill. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions? Yes, we do. Senator Wiggins for a question. Do you have a question, Senator Wiggins?
Question.
You yield, Senator Wiggins.
I do yield. I'm glad everybody's getting back from lunch, so I'm getting this
there
question.
you go. Senator Wiggins, you're recognized.
Why? Alaska uses it. Other states use it. Maine uses it. I've had constituents contact me who are fed up with the election system, and they have encouraged us to use it. 70% of the people in this country, by related polls, say the two presidential candidates that look to be the case, they want somebody else. So why are we banning an option for the people?
Well, Senator Wiggins, frankly, ranked choice voting takes away the vote from some of the people. You actually have to look, say you have 4 candidates on a ballot. Under ranked choice voting, you would rank those 4 candidates. If you followed only one candidate, and that's your candidate, and you cast your ballot for that candidate, and that candidate does not win, under the ranked choice voting system, or what's known as instant runoff system, those ballots would be recounted, and if you didn't vote for another candidate, your ballot's essentially thrown out, so you don't have a vote for who's going to be the winning candidate. That's why we have runoffs. We also have runoffs to allow for the debates to be focused and to be, if you have a certain issue, those final 3 weeks, the voters are allowed to hear from those candidates that have made it into the runoff and to discuss the issues further, which is probably the most American thing we do in this country is evaluating each candidate as they are on the ballot. It's a very complicated situation.
But Alaska does it.
Well, I mean, I think Alaska... Right, Alaska has a lot of things that we don't have either. I'm not wearing a parka up here today, and it's pretty nice outside.
Maine does it, correct?
Well, and look, Senator, I didn't see a bill. If you're so strongly in favor of it, I didn't see your bill in my committee asking for ranked choice voting.
I haven't filed such a bill, but your bill, as it's stated here, is simply banning it.
That's correct.
Which means that we're taking away an option that the people could have. that
That's
other
correct.
states have chosen to give to their constituents.
And there are many states that have also chosen to do just what this bill does, which is ban ranked choice voting.
Why are they afraid of the people?
Well, nobody's afraid of the people here. We're all serving here for the people. This bill is not a bill that is afraid of the people, their voice. Matter of fact, this bill gives people their voice. If they do not rank every candidate on a ballot, they get a chance to go back to the polls in a runoff election and weigh their options that are on the ballot at that
But
time and cast their votes. So they still get their
I'm
votes.
sorry.
Senator, I'm just trying to answer your question.
Sorry.
These other states that may be doing it are actually taking the voice away from the people by throwing their ballots out. They don't keep them. If you vote for one candidate and they don't make the runoff, your ballot is tossed, and then the next winning candidate is chosen through a system. It can go as many as 6 or 7 ballots, and they're tossing ballots. So, Senator Wiggins, I'll tell you what I don't like is people throwing out ballots, and that's what ranked choice voting would do. And I believe you had a question about Louisiana. Is that what you were about to get into?
No, first, I don't know what you're saying about the throwing the ballots out, because the ranked choice is simply, as I understand it, about it's like what used to be first ballot, second ballot, third ballot, okay? There's no actual throwing it out. But as far as Louisiana has a jungle primary where everybody runs in that. And so, which is a version of ranked choice voting. So we don't want to do what Louisiana's doing. Is that what you're saying?
No, Senator Wiggins, we don't want to have ranked choice voting, which, as you pointed out, is what Alaska and Maine is doing. That's what we don't want here.
Where's this bill coming from?
Well, I've talked to the Secretary of State's office about this bill, and of course they have professionals that deal with elections. It's one of the primary functions of their office. They have asked for this bill. I've talked with others about this bill, and doing my research on my own as a chairman, I can tell you that I have vetted this very closely, and I think this is a very good bill for Mississippi, because we are seeing ranked choice voting questions across the state, and states are either banning it or they're starting to look at it, and they run into issues where they have complications in their elections that we don't have. We have good, secure elections here in Mississippi, and this is going to, if we pass this, it'll keep it that way.
Well, I just go back to the other states that have done it on that, and is there any data that is being used to make the determination of this bill?
I'm sure there is, yes.
But we don't have it.
I'll visit with you on it. No, I don't have it right here in front of me at this moment.
So my last question is, effectively, by banning ranked choice, actually what it is people are scared of ranked choice voting because they can't control it, and the people that get elected through ranked choice voting are actually arguably the people who it's the candidate of the people rather than the party. That's why we're bringing this here, because we're scared of the people.
Senator Wiggins, I completely disagree with that assessment. You're certainly entitled to it, but there are other states that are doing this, and they're making those same arguments, and they're electing the people they're electing, and we're going to keep our elections secure and give everybody their vote here in Mississippi to where their ballot counts for who they vote for, and we don't have to worry about them casting a ballot for the second, third, fourth, or fifth candidate on a ballot, because they may not have researched those. If you say you rank choice vote and you cast a vote for 2 people, and one of the other 6 on the ballot are the ones that get elected, your vote didn't count in that election.
So why hasn't Alaska passed this?
You're going to have to probably call, I guess, Senator Murkowski and ask her why they passed it.
So why hasn't Maine passed it? If the issue's about security, right, why are those states continuing to use it?
Well, Senator Wiggins, you can get in touch with Susan Collins' office, I guess, on that. I don't know who to tell you to call in those 2 states, but I can't answer that for you.
So
Murkowski and Collins
so
would be
you're
happy
saying
for your
ranked
argument.
choice voting is about security?
Yes, about election security. It's making sure that people vote for who they vote for, that their vote counts, and that if we end up having 2 candidates, but nobody gets a 51%, we go to a runoff with the top 2, and then those 2 candidates get to have a debate on the issues for what currently is 3 weeks, and I'm hoping we can make to 4 weeks. And those issues will be before the people, and the people will return to the polls and do it. They're not having a situation where ballots are getting cast out.
But explain to me how under ranked choice voting that the ballots are being thrown away, because what I understand ranked choice voting is that you mark it and you go through rounds of ballots to select. They're not thrown in the trash.
They sure are.
Where?
If you
where?
In a garbage can.
No.
What do you
Where is that happening?
That happens in ranked choice voting. If you understand
No, what
ranked
state?
choice voting, Senator Wiggins, if you allow me to answer your question.
What state?
If there are 4 people on a ballot and you vote for one candidate and that candidate is not the top vote getter, let's say that candidate is the last vote getter in that election. Your ballot is tossed while everybody else's ballot that ranked other individuals is kept in a ranking system, and it goes through several sessions. There may be 6 different times where they keep cutting candidates down and down and down until you get one candidate, and that candidate might not have been elected by the plurality of the district. This is just not a system we have here in Mississippi. We believe in allowing people to vote for the candidate that wins office or not. And that's what we do here. And I will tell you, just since we're fighting for this, I will tell you we do allow ranked choice voting in one instance. And I'll tell you why we do that. That is for our soldiers and men and women of our military forces that are serving overseas. The reason we do that is because they can't make it back, or we can't get a ballot in time for them to vote in a runoff.
Oh, so it's
we do allow
okay in
them.
that situation, but for the 3 million people of the state of Mississippi, it's not.
Senator Wiggins, I think they've earned it, so yes.
So well, if it's about security, then
it is about security.
No, if it's about security, then why is it okay for the military to be able to vote that way?
Senator Wiggins, you're welcome to offer an amendment if you don't want to allow them the choice to do that under this bill, but we have carved out that exception for them here because they're overseas and we can't get their ballots to them in time. So if it ends up in a runoff, they would just go to their next choice. But
isn't that kind of isn't that a dichotomy? Well, we're going to ban it for everybody here because it's not secure, but we're going to allow it for the military who can't get who needs a little bit of extra time. I thought the whole purpose was because under ranked choice voting it was going in the trash.
I'm sorry, you said we do it to allow them a little extra what?
I'm sorry?
You said we allow this to our federal employees to allow them a little our
the
military members
You said
to allow them time.
We've done a
that's why we do it. You just answered your own question. We do it because we can't get them a ballot in time to vote in a runoff.
But I thought it was about security.
It is about security. And it's about making sure their votes count. If an election ends up in a runoff and you have a military member overseas that can't get a ballot within that 3 or 4 week time period to get their vote in, we are restricting their vote if we don't allow them to use this system. And it's a federal system, and we've carved it out for them.
Wait, the ranked choice is a federal system?
No, the Uniformed and Overseas Citizens Absentee Voting Act, 52 U.S.C. Section 2301 et sec, as amended. That is on lines 22 to 24.
So we do that that carve-out is allowed for the federal law.
It is because we have a situation where we can't get ballots to overseas servicemen, men and women, in time to cast a ballot in a runoff election, so we allow them to do that, and that's why ranked choice voting is also known as instant runoff. They do that for a reason, and it's a very specific reason. So it's, we carve things out all the time, especially for the people that are fighting for our country overseas, and I think that they've earned this one here as well. But in Mississippi, we are seeking to ban ranked choice voting in this.
Well, I appreciate you as chairman working on it, but let's call it what it is, which is a fear to allow the people to vote how they choose.
Senator Wiggins, you can call it whatever you want, but that's not what it is. I'm happy to take any other questions. Senator Jordan, sorry, I can't call on you. Getting a little flustered up here.
We're going to have to trade places if you're going to do that. Actually,
Dean, President, I'm glad you're still up
Senator
there.
Jordan, you're recognized, but actually Senator Blackman was ahead of you. But if you'd like to break in line, that's fine.
Well, it's so important. Well, I got
for a question.
Yes, I yield for a question, of course.
Senator Jordan.
The most important or most precious thing in life is the right to vote.
Yes, sir.
When I go to the poll, use myself as an example, I know who I want. I don't want any choices. I've already made it. If it's not a choice, I'm not going to vote at all for it.
Yes, sir.
But I don't want no several choices on the right on the vote. It's too important. It's too significant to be playing around with.
Yes, sir.
So I'm with you. No choices, but one. And that's the one that you make, and that's it. because some of us, including myself, have paid too much to get the right to vote for it to be played around with. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Jordan. I agree.
Senator Blackman, do you have a question?
Yes, question, Mr. President.
I yield.
Senator Blackman, you're recognized.
So we just passed a bill to lengthen the time for runoff from 3 weeks to 4 weeks. That's right.
Well, we passed a bill that has reverse repealer in it, so it's not it won't go to the, it will have to come back here to become a bill. Thank you, sir.
And I heard you say this is instant runoff. So why, is this not a cheaper version of that? Don't you have to pay money for runoff elections?
Well, I refer to it as instant runoff just because that's what it's referred to. Like digitizations are sometimes called deepfake. So it's just another thing that it's called. I would argue that it's not an actual instant runoff because we are not allowing the voters the chance to decide between candidates in a runoff like we do currently here in Mississippi.
But don't the voters, aren't they the ones that go in and rank the people that they want?
If in a ranked choice voting system, yes, they are allowed to rank 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. They're also allowed to vote just for one. However, the problem arises if that one candidate doesn't make it, and say a voter goes in there and just ranks 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That ballot will continue to be counted in subsequent rounds of counting, whereas the voter who just voted for one candidate that they researched and they felt strongly about and went in there, if that candidate does not have enough votes to make it to that next round in the ranked choice voting system, that ballot no longer counts in that election for those individuals. Whereas if we allow people a runoff and we get the two top vote getters, those two candidates can go head to head in a debate, talk about the issues, try to get voters to vote for them, and that's what happens in our current system, which is what we are here to make sure continues to happen as opposed to ranked choice voting.
Is it not the voters' decision to go in there and only write one name if they know how the runoff works?
Well, it is the voters' right to do whatever they want to do according to the ballot, yes, and which is what they do now. We go in and we vote for one individual per election.
So if you go in now and there's 10 different races on the ballot, some races have 4 or 5 people, don't the people already have the option to not vote for any of those people?
That's
leave
right.
it blank?
That's right. We don't require people to even go to the polls. Now, I wish more people would go to the polls, but I'll tell you, if we start doing something as complicated as ranked choice voting here, where we are already trying to get more people to turn out to the polls and we complicate things even further, I don't think we're going to get the results we hope to eventually get, which is having more people show up to vote.
Have you ever seen a runoff election where there were more people that voted in the runoff than for those candidates than voted in the general?
I have.
You have?
Yes.
Okay, so the time would possibly now be 4 weeks in between the general and the runoff. So someone that goes to vote on the general that has allotted 2 hours of their workday to go vote, that might not have that 2 hours 4 weeks from now, 4 weeks from then, by eliminating ranked choice voting and not even having it as an option, would that not eliminate them from being able to vote?
If I understand what you're saying, yes, there is a certain obligation and time commitment that we require of people to go vote, and we do require that again in the instance of a runoff election. Now, I will tell you that I'm certainly willing to hear any ideas you may have where we can help voter turnout in runoff elections. But the point stands that we still are allowing people to hear from the candidates that are on the ballot to be elected on that primary or on that runoff election, and we're allowing voters to vote for those individuals to get a plurality of the votes to the winning candidate.
And the worry is that if in ranked choice they just list one person and that person doesn't make it through, their ballot is now thrown in the trash can, I believe what I heard.
I would say, I'm not sure where they throw it, but yes, it's not counted. And look, you raise a good point that I would like to make on this is when those are tossed, it is a lot tougher to go back. In our voting system now, if you want to go count ballots and you want to count actual paper ballots we have, you can do that. That's not allowed for in ranked choice voting.
But the person who only list one person and they're aware of how ranked choice voting for them, that's their decision, right?
That's right.
All right, thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Senator Blackman.
Senator Hickman, do you have a question? Do you yield, Senator Hickman?
I will yield.
Senator Hickman, you recognize.
Just a couple of questions. A lot of my questions have already been answered. But Senator England, how many voter fraud complaints and issues have we had with ranked choice voting here in Mississippi?
We haven't had none. We don't have ranked choice voting currently in Mississippi.
So currently, there's nobody doing ranked choice voting in Mississippi?
Not in Mississippi at this moment, no.
Okay. And so we brought this legislation for what reason?
Well, we're bringing it just like many other states are doing that are seeing ranked choice voting start to be something that they're seeing at their polling places. They're dealing with complications there. And just like we do in many instances when we have states that are doing things that we can look to, I'm not sure who first said it, but states are our laboratories of democracy. We're seeing what other states are doing, and we can bring some of those ideas here, or we can do things differently here. And that's the reason I bring this bill, and I think it's very pertinent that we do so now with this becoming an issue nationally.
Okay. And I think you said you've looked into ranked choice voting. How much time have you spent doing the research on ranked choice voting?
27 hours.
Okay.
I don't know exactly. Look, I've
I'll
spent
take
some
that
time
27.
on it. I've spent some time on it. This is to be fair. I'm thankful the Lieutenant Governor assigned me to be elections chairman. I take the job very seriously, and I look at all of these bills very seriously, and I have put in a significant amount of time looking at both the pros and cons of ranked choice voting.
So you made a lot of definites in your responses to several people about ranked choice voting is this, ranked choice voting is that. However, if this state or say a municipality were to put together a ranked choice voting, wouldn't they have the ability to maybe even fix some of these things? Like there's no one set way that you do ranked choice voting, because each of the places, and I've done some research on ranked choice voting, not just to this bill, but I think it's a way to strengthen democracy. But in each instance, you can set the parameters for what ranked choice voting looks like for your state or what the program you're creating.
You certainly can, and I would say that that's something that we would not want here in Mississippi, in my opinion, and for those that may agree. The more systems of voting we have in Mississippi, the more confusing it's going to get, and the more challenges we're going to get based on what one area is doing versus what another area is doing. And I think if we keep anything consistent in Mississippi, it's the integrity and the sanctity of our election system.
Absolutely, but and I'm guessing your answer is a yes. Like they could have created a program, like you keep talking about ballots being thrown out, and then they can't go retrieve ballots. You can't do a hand count. But they arguably could have created a program where ballots are, rather than in the garbage can, as you say, ballots are placed to the side as these were the first round votes that, no, they voted for only one candidate, and so they're out, and they can be placed in a depository. I mean, there's a way they could create rules where the things that you're saying are matter of fact could not be happening.
Well, if they vote for only one candidate, and that candidate is, say, the bottom vote getter, their vote doesn't count on any more towards that election. Whenever no voter got the plurality, they're gonna take it different. They're gonna take it through several different stages until the people in the elections offices put it to a formula and do the math and take care of this very complicated process and find out who the winner of the election is.
Well, now that wasn't my question, because I mean I think Senator Blackman did a good job at saying that if we know that we have ranked choice voting, if we decide to vote for only one candidate, it's almost like me at the runoff election saying, I don't want to go back. But my question is, you made this argument that you can't do a recount, or you can't really count ballots because they throw them in the trash or wherever they throw them at. But arguably, anyone could create a system where they reserved all ballots, they just moved them to another place, those who only selected one, where you could actually have a recount if you wanted to.
And look, I think that's a fair statement. I think that probably could be the case, and what you're doing, if you're doing that, you're asking your elections commissioners and your circuit clerk's offices to keep up with a very detailed, complicated election system to make sure that they not only keep up with the ballots, but they know exactly how they counted them and where they went. So to answer your hypothetical question, yes, you could develop as many different ranked choice voting systems as you want to, but the complications are still going to be there that I'm describing.
Absolutely, and I want to make this note, is that nowhere in our laws, we're not debating a bill that's requiring ranked choice voting. We're debating a bill that disallows ranked choice voting. So if a clerk or if a city or if a municipality set up a program, it'll be one of their own wanting. And so they would understand the complication. Are we saying our clerks are not intelligent enough to know what they're getting into when they put up a system?
I'm not saying anyone's not intelligent enough. I'm saying that we have a very well-run and well-tested system here in Mississippi and really in a lot of places across this country that is working now, and it has worked. And so this new way of doing things that's coming around that will cause complications, that's what we're seeking to ban here.
And finally, do you know how much it costs to run runoff elections? Do you have a cost?
I don't have that cost. I can get it for you.
Okay. And so, arguably, if a city or municipality, and I mean, this is a body who, in the words, and I can't directly quote, but in the words of many of my colleagues who are not of the same party am I, we have been very conservative with our resources, and we've also done as much as we can to give taxpayers dollars back that they would have ordinarily put into the system. So if there's a way that will be a cost-saving mechanism where people's voices could still be heard, I think that would be something better to explore and look into rather than to just ban.
And look, I think that's a point to make, but I think that's a point to make that you might want to talk to Senator Jordan about if you want to tell him how expensive it is to allow a person to vote. I don't think that's really a good way to look at how to save money. We want to make sure people are allowed to vote.
And I get that, and I think that's a huge mischaracterization of both ranked choice voting and both of my questions, and I'll let you have that, but I think that's a huge mischaracterization because, again, back to Senator Wiggins' point, there are places that are doing this and that are satisfied with this, and again, my only contention with this is that I think that we should have, as a state, take the time to really look into something instead of just banning it, especially when there's nobody in the state, and you said there's no voter fraud in this state going on with ranked choice voting. There's no issues. There's no people knocking down our doors saying my city did ranked choice voting. I don't really know what's going on. I'm confused. And so we are creating a solution for a problem that doesn't exist when we really could study this vehicle in this tool. And all I ask for you is if this bill happened to have a hiccup or something throughout the process, that we'll take the time to look at it before we do this again. Well, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Hickman. I would just respond by saying that being proactive on something as important as our elections is something I think we always need to be ready to do.
Thank you. Senator Tate, you have a question?
Question.
You yield, Senator Tate.
I do.
Senator Tate, you're recognized.
Senator England, wouldn't you say that the last thing that this body wants to do is to cause voter suppression?
Oh, yes, I would absolutely agree with that.
So when people go to vote in their midterm election, the next year they go to vote for the locals and for us. The next year they go to vote for president. And then the next year they go to vote with municipalities. If they were to see something different, something that has never been voted before, that would cause some serious confusion, wouldn't it?
Oh, I'm sure it would, yes.
And I would say that confusion leads to voter suppression. Wouldn't you agree?
I tell you, historically, I think that's a very accurate statement, that the more confusing you make the system, the less people you're going to see participating in the process or even feeling like they're able to participate in the process.
So I think what we're doing here is we're trying to make sure that we don't cause some type of voter confusion, which leads to voter suppression. And I think that this new model, that if we were to take it on in the state, it'd probably be best for the legislature to craft it to where we have a uniform type way of voting for all the municipalities or for all the counties. And then that would help lower on the confusion and therefore lower down voter suppression. Do you agree?
I agree, and I think that's one of our most important jobs here.
Glad you brought this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Tate.
Senator Norwood, do you have a question, Senator Norwood?
Mr. President, introduction at the appropriate time.
Okay. Well, go ahead, Senator, because we're going to be
tied
up.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Let him have a break.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, in the South Gallery, we have a group of I love Jackson State University Public Health Policy and the politics class. And there's their advisor here, Dr. Alice Hayes and Ms. Yolanda Martin. If they would stand and let the Senate make them feel welcome. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Welcome to your Senate.
Thank you, Mom.
Senator McMahon, do you have a question, Senator McMahon?
Yes, a question of the chairman.
Do you yield for a question?
Yes, I sure will.
Senator McMahon, you're recognized.
So Senator England, we have roughly 300 cities and municipalities in this state. And a lot of the smaller municipalities run on an open, they don't have wards, it's an open primary, and then that's the only election they'll have. So if you'll follow me, a lot of times you'll go in to vote, there might be 8 people, and you just pick 5, and the top 5 vote getters are your aldermen. Is that ranking, if they're not numbering it, they're just checking the top 5, would that abolish that type of open system?
No, that is not ranked choice voting.
Okay.
No, Senator Mann. Thank you for your question.
That's not the intent, though, is to disturb the municipal process.
No, that is not ranked choice voting.
Because they're not numbering them.
That's correct.
Got it. Okay, thank you. Just want to be sure we weren't going to hinder some of these really small municipalities.
Yes, no, thank you for the question.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, Senator, I see no further questions at this time. Would you like to make a motion?
I sure would. My motion is for final passage by use of the morning roll call.
The Senator suggests use of morning roll call, final passage. Anyone object to this procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Senator Blunt. Senator Blackman. Senator Barnett. Senator Thomas. Senator Frazier. I'm slowing down there. Senator Simmons. Senator Jackson. And Senator Bryan. I have Hickman. That's Senator Butler. Senator Wiggins. Senator Sarita Simmons. Senator Norwood. Senator Brumfield. And is that it? All right. Okay. Would you read those back, please, those voting no? Make sure we have them all.
Voting no, Blunt, Blackman, Barnett, Thomas, Frazier, Simmons of the 12, Jackson, Bryan, Butler, Wiggins, Simmons of the 13, Norwood, and Brumfield.
Hickman, you have Hickman, right? Actually, I think I called your name twice, so I think they have it. Senator Hickman, right? Yeah. Okay, anyone else wish to be recorded as no? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting present? Seeing none, we'll soon announce the vote.
How many no's?
With 13 noes, the bill has passed. Okay, we go to the next item. Senator England. Pass and retain that item, Senator. And 57 as well. Go to 58. Senator Younger, 59. Accountability. Senator Parker, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to pass on items 59 and 60. Have those retain their place on the calendar. Go to item 61, Senate Bill 2713, and have the title read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2713, Regional Health Authorities, create the Delta Regional Health Authority and authorize creation of additional regional authorities.
Senator Parker.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes usual motion. Anyone object? All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Parker.
I'd like to be recognized to explain the committee sub.
You're recognized to explain the sub.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 2713 is a very important bill that deals with a certain problem we've had across our state. Many of you will remember earlier in this session we had a presentation, I believe in 113, under Senator Bryan's series of presentations on issues. And during this presentation, we heard from Dick Cowart about changes that are occurring in the Delta health system. The Department of Health, along with Delta Council, engaged Mr. Cowart and his associated firms to make an assessment of the health care within the Delta. They found the following. The 18 counties of the Delta are characterized with high levels of poverty and regional mortality rates, which have increased while national rates have decreased. In late 2022, multiple hospitals were struggling to meet payroll and stay open. The Delta counties have worse outcomes than the rest of Mississippi as far as health care goes, and the Delta has a chronic health care work shortage. Mr. Cowart and his team interviewed the leadership of multiple Delta hospitals, including Greenwood LaFleur, Delta Medical Center in Greenville, South Sunflower Medical Center, Northwest Mississippi Regional Medical Center, North Sunflower Regional Medical Center, and Delta Health Centers in Mount Bayou. Essential needs that cannot be met in these hospitals and these areas included maternity care, specialty care, and emergency services. So as a result of these interactions and these meetings, Mr. Cowart and his team came back with some recommendations to try to improve the system. The first recommendation, or one of the recommendations, was a public solution to achieve a regional approach like systems that have been adopted in states like Tennessee, Alabama, and Georgia. He also suggested, along with his team, legislation be enacted to establish a regional health authority construct with two phases. Phase one is an organizational board. Phase two is a voluntary extension of such board that allows joining hospitals to achieve collaboration and shared resources and benefits. Targeted areas of excellence include women's care, cardiology, endoscopy, general surgery, and urology, along with pooling for items like electronic health records. So with that kind of introduction, I will move into kind of the body of the bill. So and again, Senate Bill 2713, Section 1 is just naming the act, as we discussed earlier. Section 2 is the intent of the bill, which establishes the goals of the legislation to include the maintaining essential health services, retaining the workforce, attaining financial sustainability, achieving economies of scale and skill, and identifying skilled and resourceful affiliation partners. Section 3 is the definitions, and I just want to point out here the counties that are involved in the Delta as defined. Those include Bolivar, Carroll, Coahoma, Grenada, Holmes, Humphreys, LaFleur, Panola, Quitman, Sharkey, Issaquena, Sunflower, Tallahatchie, Tate, Tunica, Warren, Washington, and Yazoo. Section 4 is the Establishment Clause, which creates the authority serving these counties. Section 5 of the bill creates an organizational board, which will have 3 members appointed by the governor and 2 members appointed by the lieutenant governor. At least 2 of the members appointed by the governor and 1 of the members appointed by the lieutenant governor must be legal residents of the Delta. This board must be diverse. And beyond that, which is again the operational board, that was the organizational board. The operational board, which comes along after that, will include community hospitals that decide voluntarily to sign a participation agreement. This can include up to 6 possible members. These at-large members must be residents of Mississippi and appointed to the terms of the participation agreement, which they set with their agreement and their deliberation and consultation with this regional health board. The members of this board will serve 4 years for a maximum of 2 terms, and they shall serve without pay and be subject to open meeting and Open Records Act. Section 6 of the bill is a participation agreement. A regional authority may enter into participation agreements with the owners of 1 or more of the community hospitals to establish the powers and duties delegated. The participation agreement will include the regional authority, governing board of the community hospital, and board of trustees in a community hospital. Section 7 deals with the community hospital board. It states that the community hospitals entering into participation agreements shall not be governed by the community hospital statutes, but instead will be governed by this act. The Board of Trustees for the community hospital, which is overseen by this authority, shall include 5 members designated in the participation agreement. So again, this is separate board for the hospital, which is not part of the Regional Health Authority board. Section 8 has to do with licensure and allows community hospitals to retain and maintain their existing licenses and certificates of need. Section 9 deals with the CEO and allows the regional authority to appoint a new CEO or change CEO, and the CEO will be empowered to do typical CEO duties such as supervising employees, attending meetings, appointing administrators, and so on. Section 10 is the powers of the authority. The authority will assume the powers of the community hospital in these agreements, including the power to contract, borrow funds, and budget. Section 11 are additional powers of the authority, which will include items like developing a strategic plan. And I'm going to skip ahead. The next, and I think the most important part of this statute is in Section 18, which is a Medicaid supplemental pool. This creates a supplemental payment program in order to allow the authority to pull down federal funds through Medicaid. And I will share with you that this bill is all about the money. These hospitals are struggling to stay open. These hospitals disproportionately are on the verge of collapse. We were fortunate during the last legislative session through some of the work of Chairman Blackwell to get more money for the hospitals, that we were able to keep these hospitals open. And this will allow these hospitals, should they choose to do so, to collaborate together to try to deliver health care in a more effective way and in a way that can benefit the people of these areas. I'll share that I've learned that when a hospital fails or declines in an area, the people move away. At our last census, it showed that the people had left the Delta and had moved to other areas, while other parts of the state have seen increases in population. If we don't do something to help these hospitals, I fear that we're going to see that continue. And as part of this discussion, I was fortunate enough to have some of my colleagues from the Delta come and meet with me to discuss this. If they don't mind, and I apologize if you don't want disclosure here, but I met with Senator Jackson, Senator Sharita Simmons, and Little Simmons, as I call him, Derek Simmons, and had good dialogue on this, and I know that they share the concerns. They've expressed a desire to continue to work towards the best possible process that we can get out of this legislation, and I look forward to doing that along the way. And I'm going to just close this long discussion with a quote from our meeting in 113 when we talked about this issue, and this came from Dr. Edney, who's our state health officer. And he basically said, the only option that we cannot have on the table at this time is to do nothing. And so this is not the perfect solution, but it is a move towards doing something. And with this first step, I anticipate the possibility that these particular hospitals will have an opportunity to immediately be in a position where they can draw down an extra $40 million, which can be quite significant for these hospitals. And with that long explanation, I yield for any questions.
See no questions, Senator. Would you like to adopt the committee sub this time?
Let me do this because ahead of this, I would like to, before I adopt the committee sub, offer an amendment of a reverse repealer. Some of my colleagues have expressed some desire to make sure that they continue to have input in this. So I don't think I've had that. Council already has it there. So without objection, I'd like to be recognized to explain my amendment.
Well, actually, we do have a question now. So before the amendment, let's, Senator Hill, do you have a question?
Yes, do.
So do you?
Certainly.
You recognize? Okay, you recognize.
So, thank you. Is the Delta Health Alliance that we've been, sending money to for many, many years, where are they in all this?
I believe from discussions with Mr. Cowart, I think there's been input from the entire Delta on this. And although I can't off the top of my mind say that the Alliance is for it, I'm pretty sure that the Delta Council, I believe the Alliance is for it, but I will before I say on the floor that they are, I would certainly want to check to be sure, but I believe the parameters of this will be in line with what they like to see as well.
So whenever I was in that presentation, and what I'm asking is the goal of this to pool the resources of these
So let me go with
together. Like, what's the? I mean, I know $40 million would be a temporary fix if they can pull that down, but what is the actual long-term goal?
So here's the goal, and that's a great question. And the chairman of appropriations informed me that we're not sending money to the Delta Alliance anymore. So that it might help you on the question. But I'm glad you brought this up, because in that discussion, what we have on these smaller hospitals is we have each individual hospital competing for the same resources. So, for example, this small hospital may be looking for, a GI doctor, a neurologist, a cardiologist, and then the next smaller hospital over is also looking for those services. What they've done in Tennessee, Alabama, and Georgia is they've actually, through these abilities to work together, they've decided that we are a network of hospitals working together. And so instead of competing, we may have hospital number one that decides, hey, we think that women's care is our niche. We think that we can do a good job in that. And so hospital number two decides, well, we're going to offer some women's care, but the more advanced specialty care or neonatal care, we think hospital one would be a better one. So they work together. And so instead of both hospitals in that situation looking for OBGYNs, one is looking for the more advanced women's care while the other is not. And so in that model, and my vision of that model, we could see partners like UMMC, William Carey and others try to funnel in the providers that are needed at the individual hospital. And so we have one hospital that's more urgent care, we have one that's more women's care, we have one that's more cardiology, and the people of the region will understand that when they need a specialty, cardiac procedure, they may have to go to, maybe not the closest hospital, but they will get better care, and we hopefully will get better doctors and a stream of doctors into these needed areas. And so I know that was a long answer, but conceptually I did want to explain that, so I appreciate your question that led me in that direction.
That does help explain, and that's what I thought they were going in the presentation. So I do have a follow-up question. It's a 2/3 vote, so it's a revenue bill. So what do we expect to spend out of state funds to change the Medicaid payments to draw down those federal funds?
So there are already discussions with the chairman of appropriations. I cannot speak for him. I think that a number like, a significant number that might allow us to kind of move down and get to that 40 million mark might be $10 million. So if we put $10 million into this model and we were able to get 3-to-1 match on that, and we could turn that into 40, I think that would be something that, I would love to see my Delta colleagues approach the chairman of appropriations about, to see if that's something we could achieve during the session.
And just to follow up, we had a bill, I think it was last session, I believe Senator Fillingame might have handled that bill, that we passed, that I thought we allowed collaborations amongst hospitals with that bill last year. You remember that bill? I mean, my memory is not that great, but I thought we passed the bill last year that kind of allowed these hospitals to collaborate together for similar reasons all over the state. So I'm just a little bit confused as to why we need this, to create this authority for them to be able to cooperate. So I guess because if they would have to give up their community authority, somebody's going to have to govern them.
Right. And, this is one of those things where you have basically competing entities that we're trying to get to work together.
And we don't have enough doctors. That's a big problem.
And we don't have enough doctors. Yeah. And so the hope would be, and that's where I get back to my imperfect solution on this, and Dr. Edney's quote is that, we could be wrong. This may not work, but I think it is something that has a great potential to work, and I do think that, and I am getting notice now that Delta Council does support the bill. So I appreciate the staff for giving me that information. But I do think it's a move in that direction. Yeah, and that's why we're spending the time on it to try to move this forward.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you as always, Senator Gill.
Senator Berry, do you have a question?
Yes, sir, Senator Gill.
You yield? Senator Berry?
So do you know if there's any hospitals that have already kind of followed this model of what you're trying to do here?
So there's not a regional hospital authority, I think, that is governed and kind of set up in the public model like what we're describing here. When this bill was first kind of crafted, there was a provision in there to allow other parts of the state to do the same thing. And so instead of just having the 18 counties that are listed in this one as what I would call kind of the pilot, there was a provision to allow the governor to then have the other areas of state do the same thing. I didn't feel at this stage of the game that we had enough information, enough clarity to say that we wanted to do that. And I didn't want to inappropriately, create a situation where on the coast or in other areas of the state, we were having that, that same discussion until we see if this works. So there is not, to my knowledge, a public body like this that's trying to work together to solve the problem.
And as a follow-up, in my area, there's a couple of hospitals that have joined together and are combining resources like that.
Right.
Would there a possibility for them to benefit from this same type of model?
They may already be benefiting in a different way. Yeah, but they probably are not collaborating as a public body. So I would have to get more information on that. But to your point, if you do have hospitals collaborating, one of the big expenses that I have in my practice are electronic health records. So, and that price is not going down. And I know throughout the Delta, through my research, most of these hospitals have a different system that they use. And when someone goes from one hospital to the other, the data isn't transferred very easily. And probably what's happening with your 3 hospitals is they probably have that shared resource of electronic medical records, which is a cost savings for them. Yeah, and so anything that we can do to encourage collaboration, but to be able to do that in a way where we're following the rules and regulations required to draw down the funds, I think is a good idea.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Senator Berry.
Senator Parker, I don't think any other questions, but I think it is also proper that we adopt the committee sub before an amendment is offered.
Certainly. I move we adopt the committee sub.
Senator moves we adopt the committee sub, and we do have a question here at the last second, if you don't mind. Senator Simmons.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Question?
I don't have a question. I have an amendment at the appropriate time.
That's a proper time. Yeah. Thank you. All right. So the motion is to adopt the committee substitute. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Okay, the committee substitute is adopted. Now for amendments.
Mr. President, if it'd be appropriate, I'd like to recognize Senator Simmons for his amendment before mine.
Absolutely. Senator Simmons.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members of the Senate, this amendment amends Section 5 of the bill. I really appreciate Senator Parker expressing an interest through this legislation on the Delta. When you have one pediatrician for every 4,000 children in the Delta, I recognize that not only the state of Mississippi is in a healthcare crisis, but certainly the Mississippi Delta is.
Senator Simmons, can you hold on just a second? We need
Yes.
to make a copy of that amendment so we can put it on the screen.
May I continue, Mr. President?
Yes, sir.
When you don't have not one NICU in the Mississippi Delta, it not only speaks to the fact that the state of Mississippi is in a healthcare crisis, but certainly a place as depressed as the Mississippi Delta. And it makes you wonder why, and I will get to the amendment in a minute, but it makes you wonder why when you had a month like January in the state of Mississippi, where 2 economic development projects went to other parts of the state, but the Mississippi Delta
hasn't had an economic development project in 30 years. And so you ask yourself the question, why are we in the condition that we are in the Mississippi Delta? And I have to submit to you, it's because of decisions year after year that have been made right here in this body. So now we're on health care. Do we need the help? Yes, we do. Do I like the concept of the regional authority? Yes, I do. But when I look at the bill, here it is again. Someone knows what's best for the Mississippi Delta without consulting the senators in the Mississippi Delta. And respectfully, Senator Parker did, in fact, have a meeting with the senators from the Mississippi Delta, and I commend him for that. But this legislation was already underway. It had already been introduced. It was already moving through the process. So to you as members of the Senate, when there's an opportunity to assist or help the Mississippi Delta, do the Delta legislators want you to do that? Absolutely. We just want the courtesy to be part of the actual proposed policy because we live there. We represent people there. And we, more than anybody else in this chamber, we can tell you what's best for the Mississippi Delta.
Okay, Senator Simmons, I think the amendment's ready now.
Section 5 of the bill establishes the Mississippi Delta Regional Health Authority. It's a board. And what we'll like for your consideration is that with this amendment on Section 5, it's a 13-member board, and the members of the board, based off the language of the amendment, will be selected from the Mississippi Delta because we know people that live in the Mississippi Delta, they have a vested interest in the Mississippi Delta. So line 6 of that 13-member board will be 3 members appointed by the governor, 1 from a federally qualified health center located in the Mississippi Delta, 1 from rural hospital located in the Mississippi Delta, and 1 who has an insurance coverage experience and is a resident in the Mississippi Delta. Then 2 other members starting at line 11 will be 2 members appointed by the lieutenant governor, 1 of which from a large hospital system that operates in the Mississippi Delta, and 1 who is a financial operation officer from the Mississippi, from a hospital in the Delta, or from one of the federal health centers located in the Mississippi Delta. The additional 6 members will be a representative of Coahoma Community College Allied Health Program, a representative of the Mississippi Delta Community College Nursing Program, a representative of Mississippi Valley State University Social Work Health Program, a representative of Delta State University's Health Care Administration Program, an independent pharmacist who practices in the Mississippi Delta, ambulatory transportation provider in the Delta, and certainly the state health officer or his designee. And that 13 member will be a special consultant from the Delta Council, which Chairman Parker did already say that they support the legislation, so they will actually have membership on this authority board. That's my amendment being from the Mississippi Delta that I would like this body to consider. I will yield for any questions, Mr. President. If not, I ask for the adoption of my amendment.
Are there any questions? Senator Parker, do you wish to speak on the amendment? Senator Parker.
Senator Jordan has a question.
Thank you, Senator Simmons, for explanation here. I am going to ask at this stage that we defeat the amendment, and the reason is that I'm not sure exactly who we need on the board or how that may impact other things. But as I've done on every other situation like this, my goal and my intent is to work with Senator Simmons and get the board right. And so I will guarantee you that, because of the concern about the board will be changed before this reaches the end. And so I plan to offer, should this amendment be defeated, a reverse of repealer to put in the bill so that we continue to to look at the bill as it goes along. So with that said, I would ask that you vote no on the amendment at this time.
Senator Parker, I think you may have a question. Senator Jordan, do you have a question, Senator Parker?
I had one for Senator Simmel, but it...
Well, he will be closing.
Well, let me ask you a question to both. Senator Simmel, you were asking to add some more people from the Delta to the board. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
That's what your amendment does.
Yes, sir.
And you're going to tell me the said committee won't allow that? We are, that $45 million, is that for all the Delta? That's all the resources that we could get or need?
As I understand it, Senator Jordan, there will be initial investment of about $10 million, and that would allow us to receive $30 additional million from the federal government. So it is an opportunity to assist the healthcare crisis or the hospitals in the Delta.
Yeah. But water put out a fire, but you got to have enough of it. That's not enough, is it? We got, from the federal level, we have 14 billions that we turned down. That's the money we need. Every little help, this would be an additional, but this is not going to work because it's not enough. It's good, but it's not enough, just like water on a big fire. It helps, but it's not enough. It doesn't stop it.
Yes, sir. And I respectfully agree with you that although this is a proposal, the elephant in the room is that there's a way to help 54% of rural hospitals that are on the verge of immediate closure, and all of our hospitals, of course, in the state are having financial distress. And I agree, Senator Jordan, there is a way that we can address that, but that's not before us right now.
I understand it's not before us, and that's why it's good, but it's not enough. Just like a little water is not enough for a big fire.
I agree with you.
That's just common judgment, especially when we got 14 billion with our name on it that we won't accept.
Yes, sir.
It doesn't make sense to come up and give us, and we have voted for billions to go to North Mississippi and other parts of Mississippi, but when it comes to the Delta, we can't get anything. Why? We're Mississippians like everybody else.
Yes, sir.
We don't deserve this.
And
Thank you.
Years and years of neglect. I agree with you.
All right, Senator, you're recognized to close on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just one comment. I beg to differ respectfully to my friend and Chairman Parker as it relates to when he said that we don't know who should be on the board in Section 5 of the bill before you. Decisions have been made as it relates to who should be on the board. All my amendment does is amend only that one section of the bill. And if I can get your support, it would make sure that that board are people who are from the Delta, vested in the Delta, from our community colleges, from our universities, people who have the experience regarding healthcare and who would want to see the Delta improve as it relates to our healthcare crisis that we are experiencing in the Delta. So I ask for the adoption of this amendment, and I ask for your support, respectfully.
Okay, the Senator asks for adoption of the amendment. All in favor of the amendment, say aye. Aye. All opposed, no?
No. Division.
6 or more to stand, please, for a division. Okay, sufficient number. So. If everyone would please return to your seat. All right, all those. Hold on a second. Everyone please return to your seat. All those in favor of the amendment, please stand. All those in favor of the amendment, please stand. Help me count these, Ann. Okay, those, please be seated. Those against the amendment, please stand. I'll be glad to count, but it's absolutely no doubt in the chair's mind that the amendment has failed. Senator Parker for an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. The amendment number 2 would simply insert a reverse repealer in the bill. I'd be glad to answer any questions on the amendment. If there are none, I move adoption of the amendment.
Senator Jordan, do you have a question? You'd like to speak? You're recognized.
Speak on the amendment or speak on the bill?
Are you wanting to speak on the amendment, Senator?
On the amendment for the reverse repealer on the bill.
Oh, okay. Well, hold on. Okay, so your motion.
Move adoption of the amendment.
Of the reverse repealer. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Parker. Senator Jordan, would you like to speak on the bill at this time?
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to say that we in the Mississippi Delta try to cooperate for industry wherever it is needed, whether it's on the Gulf Coast or whether it's in North Mississippi. A week or so ago, we just voted, along with others, for hundreds of millions of dollars to go to Marshall County or any other place. But when it comes to the Mississippi Delta, we cannot get on a board to help us. That's not right. It's not right. We are Mississippians too. We need our hospital. We have people dying in mountain numbers. And yet, we can't get anybody to work with us unless it's what you want, not what we want. $45 million is good, but it's not enough. It's not enough to help. We need help. But when you come for a project, we're not that selfish, if I must use that terminology. We vote along with you because it's good for Mississippi. We ought to be good for Mississippi. The Delta is. But you don't return the favor. You don't think it's important. Yet we got $14 billion over the years with our name on it. 40 states of these 50 states have taken it. We won't take it. It's my taxpayers. I pay a great portion of federal income tax. I want mine to go towards that $14 billion. We won't pass it here, and the governor won't sign it. It doesn't make any sense at all. We are a state of 2.9 or 3 million people, and all of us are equally important under the auspice of the God that we serve. And yet, when it comes to a certain region, we have to be discriminated against or forgotten or rejected. It's not right. It's not right. I don't care how you hook it up, it's not right. But through it all, we've been there, we will survive. But I want all of you to know, it's not right, it's just not right. I love Mississippi, I love the Delta, I love all people regardless of race, creed, or color. But you're not doing this right in the Delta when we have people dying in mountain numbers. Do you not care what happened in the Delta? What's wrong with us? Doing this to one another based on the region and where you live. All of us need help. It won't matter that much for me. Maybe I'm able to go somewhere else to get, but there are a lot of people that are not. They're innocent people. We sit here as a body and not allow money to come to lift the yoke of illness and poverty among our own people. It's not right. I know I haven't pricked your consciences yet, but there's a greater power somewhere that watches the process. Through it all, we're going to be all right. But I want to let you know the Senate is as wrong as two left shoes when you won't vote. Rising tides truly lift all boats. So we love Mississippi. We all here. But don't think we don't realize what you're doing to us. But pray for us. We're going to be all right. But it's wrong. And we need that $14 billion. Why we won't take it? Because of a name. Thank you. May God bless you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Parker, motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just to close, just briefly, as always, always respect any and everything that Senator Jordan has to say. I will say that on this bill, we have an opportunity to help the Delta. I have two children who attended Delta State University, spent many years there. We go back, spend time there, do pig picking, do the other things there, and I realize the Delta is part of the state, and I hope that by passage of this bill that we can do some things to improve the area. And so I know people may be shaking their heads right here in the front row, and it's your right. If you don't want to vote for this, vote no, and we'll move on. But if you think my intentions on this are less than sincere, you are sorely mistaken. So with that, I move passage by use of morning roll call of the committee sub as amended.
Senator suggests the use of morning roll call for final passage. Anyone object to this procedure? Anyone wish? Objects? The morning roll call the roll.
Barnett, Barrett, Berry, Blackman, Blackwell, Blunt, Boyd, Branning, Brumfield, Bryan, Butler, Carter, Chazanall, Chisholm, DeBar, Delano, England, Fillingane, Frazier, Harkins, Hickman, Hill, Hobson, Horn, Jackson, Johnson, Jordan, Kirby, Ladner, McCon, McLendon, McMahon, Michelle, Norwood, Parker, Parks, Polk, Rhodes, Robinson, Seymour, Simmons of the 12th, Simmons of the 13th, Sparks, Suber, Tate, Thomas, Thompson, Turner Ford, Whaley, Wiggins, Williams, Younger, Barnett, Barrett, Berry,
He said aye for Barrett.
okay. Berry, is that right too? Okay. Blackwell, Blunt, Branning, Bryan, Frazier, Hickman, Horn, Jackson, Jordan, McCon, McClendon, Turner Ford, Whaley, Wiggins. Voting yes or yea: Berry, Blackwell, Boyd, Carter, Chazanall, DeBar, Delano, England, Fillingame, Harkins, Hobson, Johnson, Kirby, Latner, McCon, McClendon, McMahon, Michelle, Parker, Parks, Pope, Rhodes, Robinson, Sparks, Suber, Tate, Thompson, Whaley, Wiggins, Williams, and Younger. Voting no or nay: Barnett, Blackman, Blunt, Branning, Brumfield, Butler, Chisholm, Frazier, Hickman, Hill, Jackson, Jordan, Norwood, Seymour, Simmons of the 12th, Simmons of the 13th, and Thomas.
Senator Barrett?
Vote, to the vote, I was an aye.
You were an aye.
Yes, sir.
Please record him as aye.
Yes, sir.
By a vote of 32 ayes, 17 nays, the bill is passed. Okay, we'll go to the next item, item number 62, pass and retain. 63, Senator Parker, pass and retain. Senator Polk, item number 64, Senate Bill number 2272.
Mr. President, if you would call up item 64 and ask the title to be read.
Please read title.
64.
Item 64, Senate Bill 2272.
Senate Bill number 2272, Charities, amend the initial registration process.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes usual motion. Any objection? All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Polk.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill is one that apparently needs some clarification because of some ambiguity in the bill that's currently in the legislation that currently exists. This has been asked for by the Secretary of State, and all it does is make it more clear for charitable organizations who are reporting to the Secretary of State what accounting purpose they need to use, what fiscal report they need to use in this reporting. If you'll go to line 36, the same thing's on 57 and on 77. The change says the required documents to be filed by a charitable organization with the United States Internal Revenue Service will be for the organization's most recent fiscal year end. Apparently, there's some ambiguity of exactly which fiscal report they're to use, and this clears it up. If there are no questions, I move that we pass the last final for the final passage on the morning roll call.
I see one question, Senator. Senator Norwood, do you have a question?
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Yes.
Do you yield, Senator Norwood? Senator
do.
Pope? Senator Norwood.
Thanks, Senator Pope. Senator Pope, now, the charitable organization, what line did you say that was on the definition of the charitable organization? Who would qualify as a charitable organization? I know they
If
raised
you look in section 1, subsection 1, that whole language there pretty well assures what a charitable organization is by state law. We're not changing that definition. All we're doing is making it more clear for them to be able to complete the forms necessary that the Secretary of State requires. And everybody will know what their fiscal year will be, and that's what has to be attached to the reports.
And they all should be registered with the Secretary of State's office, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thanks, Senator Pope.
Okay, Senator Polk, you made the motion, use the morning roll call?
I did.
Okay, seeing no further questions, Senator suggests the use of morning roll call for final passage. Anyone object to this procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Present. Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. That bill has passed. Senator Polk?
I'd like to pass 65, let it retain its place, and ask the title to number 66 be read.
Call up item 66, Senate Bill number 2545. Please read title.
Senate Bill number 2545, auditing threshold to find monetary donations.
Senator Polk.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes usual motion. Usual motion. Anyone object? All in favor say aye. All opposed no. The ayes have it. Senator Polk.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is, I've heard people say it's a simple bill. This is about as simple as it gets. All we're doing is making a definition in the law of what a monetary donation is. And if you'll go to line 89, it says a monetary donation means cash or cash equivalents. That's what the bill does. If there are no questions, request the use of the morning roll call for final passage.
Are there any questions? Seeing no questions, Senator suggests the use of morning roll call for final passage. Anyone object to this procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. The bill has passed. Senator Polk.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to let 67 and 68 hold their place on the calendar and pass right now.
We'll pass those items that retain their place on the calendar. We'll go to item 69, Senator Thompson. Senator Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that item number 69 retain its place on the calendar. Items 69 and 70 retain their places on the calendar, and then we call up item 71 and have the title read.
69 to 7, we will pass and retain their place on the calendar. Go to item number 71, Senate Bill number 2653. Ask the title be read.
Senate Bill number 2653, Design Bill Method of Contracting, extend repealer for use by state port authority.
Senator Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, the
Make the usual motion.
Make the usual motion.
Make the usual motion. Anyone object to this procedure? All in favor say aye. All opposed no. The ayes have it. Senator Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 2653 extends the repealer on an authorization for our port authorities to use the design build method of construction. For those of you who aren't familiar, the design build method of construction is a contract that encompasses, or combines rather, the design and construction phases of a project into a single contractor. This would extend the repealer 4 more years until 2028. That's a brief explanation of the bill, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Otherwise, I would ask for passage on the morning roll call.
Senator Hill, do you have a question?
I do have a
Do
question.
you yield, Senator Hill?
Of course.
Senator Hill, you're recognized.
Thank you. I think I'm looking at the committee sub, and there's some stuff in here besides extending the repealer. It calls for creating a compliance officer within the Mississippi Department of Marine Resources. Powers and duties of the compliance officer shall be established in section. Am I on the wrong bill?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah,
Yes, ma'am.
I'm on the wrong bill. Thank you.
Okay. Would you bring the thumb, please? Okay, I don't see any other questions. Senator, your motion, use the morning roll call. Senator.
Motion is for final passage on the morning roll call.
Senator suggests use the morning roll call, final passage. Anyone object to this procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Present. Seeing none, please record all present. Use the morning roll call as voting aye. That bill has passed. Senator Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. President. That's item number 72, pass retained.
Call up item 72, Senate Bill number 2654 as title. Oh, you passed that item? Excuse me. We'll pass and retain that item. All right, Senator Chazanall, item 73.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to that item, call it up, and ask the title be read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2142, designate American Quarter Horse as the official state horse of the state of Mississippi.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. Anyone object? All in favor say aye. All opposed no. The ayes has it.
Thank you. I'd like to recognize Senator Hickman to explain his bill.
Thank you, Chairman Chazanall and Mr. President. What this bill does is it designates the American Quarter Horse as the state horse. The reason I brought this bill is because, of course, this state is an agricultural state, and horses have for a long time been a very important part of that industry. By a study done by Mississippi State, it showed that there are 26 major breeds in the state of Mississippi. And out of the horse population in Mississippi, 46% of those horses are the American Quarter Horse out of 26 breeds. So overwhelmingly, the Quarter Horse is the most popular horse in this state as well as in this country. And so again, this bill just makes the American Quarter Horse our state horse. And at this time, I yield for any questions.
You have a few.
I believe it.
Senator England, do you have a question?
Please remember at this time I'm no longer a freshman, but go ahead.
I do have a question. Look, I'm not a horseman.
Do you yield to Senator England?
I do.
Oh, Senator England.
I'm not a horseman, or I'm on the coast. We have some, but not many. And I'm just trying to figure out why don't we designate the entire horse? Why are we just doing the quarter of the horse?
Senator England, I will say this. According to the study from Mississippi State, horses are gaining a huge presence in Biloxi and Gulfport, the Gulf Coast area. So you may want to get familiar with some horses, but the reason the quarter horse is actually designated a quarter horse because of its ability to perform heavily in a quarter mile. They can run very fast for short periods of time.
Okay, so a half horse would be a half-mile horse?
I don't know if that's a breed, but do some research on your breeds and get back with me.
I will investigate the breeding of horses on my own time. Thank you, Senator Hickman.
Okay.
Senator Bryan, do you have a question?
Yes, Mr. President.
Do you yield to Senator Bryan for a question?
Yes, I do.
Senator Bryan, you're recognized.
Senator Hickman, I know that we have a number of memorial highways throughout the state. And it was decided recently that it would be better only to designate 1 mile of the highway because there were so many requests. And I noticed, sort of by analogy, your legislation would designate the quarter horse as the entire horse. And I wondered if you gave any consideration to maybe designating parts of the horse.
No, Senator Bryan, I think we need the whole quarter horse, not just a quarter of the horse.
Well, I was thinking, it would be fine for the quarter horse to be the state front horse, maybe.
But not the whole horse, but thank you.
Or you could talk the state horse head, and then we'd have other parts of the horse to deal with.
Thank you.
Okay, next is Senator Seymour. Senator Seymour, do you have a question?
Yes, Mr. President.
Do you yield to Senator Seymour?
Yes, Mr. President.
Senator Seymour, you're recognized.
Senator, I think you're not giving yourself enough credit. Not only are you a politician, a senator, but you have a good bit of expertise in the saddle of these horses, don't you?
Just a little bit. I come from a family where we team rope and we have farm. We have horses to this day. My dad's trained horses since I was a kid. I can team rope a little bit, but my brother and my dad are the real team ropers. I mean, you come to see us and we have saddles and buckles. My dad actually ran a truck a few years ago, so they're really up in the game. I'm just a pleasure rider.
So you've been around enough to see and recognize that the quarter horse is the predominant animal of its field.
Absolutely.
Over the thoroughbreds.
Somebody behind you may disagree, but yes, sir.
Okay, next, Senator Michelle, do you have a question?
Yes, thank you.
Do you yield? Do you yield, Senator Michelle?
Yes, I yield.
Senator
Yes, I
Michelle.
do. Senator Hickman, what kind of horse was Mr. Ed?
I believe, Mr. Ed looks a lot like a quarter horse. I think he's probably a quarter horse.
Okay, well, any horse that can talk to me should be a top candidate to become the
Say that
official
again?
horse of the state of Mississippi. So if he's a quarter horse, I'm all right with you, Bill.
Well, he was a Palomino, but I think some Palominos can be designated as quarter horses too. But I thought so. He probably was designated as a quarter horse, but he's a Palomino. Somebody said he's a talking horse.
That's correct. Okay, Senator, I see your lucky day. I see no further questions.
Thank
for
God.
motion.
Mr. President, I move for passage by use of the morning roll call.
Senator suggests use the morning roll call for final passage. Anyone object to this procedure? Does anyone wish to be recorded as voting no or present? Seeing none, please record all present by use of the morning roll call as voting aye. Okay, we'll go next 74, pass and retain. 75, Senator Simmons, Senator Derek Simmons. Pass and retain 75, 76. 7, 8, 9, number 80, Senator Suber. We'll pass and retain the others.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to call up item 80, Senate Bill 2708, and ask that the title be read.
Please read title.
Senate Bill number 2708, Department of Public Safety Headquarters authorize DPS to sell or lease the land.
Senator, you make your usual motion.
I'll make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. Any objection? All in favor say aye. All opposed no. The ayes have it. Senator Suber.
All right, members of the Senate, Senate Bill 2708 allows the Department of Public Safety, as you all know, is moving into a new building very soon. This bill will allow the Department of Finance Administration to sell or lease the property. I do have an amendment, which I'd like to put up.
Okay, an amendment.
Yes, Mr. President, I'd like to offer an amendment.
Okay, you're recognized for the amendment.
All right, and the amendment basically is just we had a survey, and this is the actual description of the property that we're going to sub out in the original bill. And also we're going to strike sections 2 through 7. We had brought those forward when we initially prepared this, but we're going to eliminate those because we don't need them at this point. But I'll be happy to answer any questions.
I believe you have one. On the amendment, Senator Horn, do you have a question on the amendment?
Not on the amendment.
Not on the amendment. Okay. So, Senator, you move for adoption of, well, let's see. That's the only one. You move for adoption of the amendment?
Yes, Mr. President, I move for adoption of the amendment.
Move for adoption of the amendment. All in favor say aye. All opposed no. The ayes have it. Senator Suber. Back on the bill.
And if there's no further questions, I move for passage based on the morning roll call.
We actually have a couple or 3 or 4 questions. Senator Horn, for a question.
Question.
You yield, Senator Horn?
I do yield.
Senator Horn, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Suber. Senator, is the effective result of your amendment that this property will be conveyed to the medical center?
No, the amendment was just to put the proper survey, there's just property description in there. This is just giving DFA the authority to lease or sell the property.
I thought that there was a gentleman's agreement several years ago that when the Department of Public Safety vacated that property, that it would go to the University of Mississippi Medical Center.
I don't have any knowledge of that. I don't dispute what you're saying, but I just don't know.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Horn. Senator Blunt, do you have a question?
Yes, Mr. President.
Do you yield, Senator Blunt?
I do.
Senator Blunt, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, do you have a date by which the Department of Public Safety will have vacated the property?
I've heard the next few months they were looking to move, but I do not know of a certain date.
Did you say the next few months?
That was kind of my understanding.
I mean, I'm not, that's not a rhetorical question I'm asking. But, so it could be very soon, in other words. It could be very soon that the property will be vacant.
Yes.
Okay.
That was my understanding.
This is an important piece of property, you know, right there at the intersection of Woodrow Wilson and 55. And I'm anxious for the state to move forward rapidly to do something positive with it so it just doesn't sit there vacant. I have some concerns that that we're essentially giving the authority to DFA, but there's not really a process here. I know that the property that comes to mind, which is almost right across the highway, is when we abandoned the old blind school, and now that property is the district at Eastover, and a very nice development for the area. And I'm wondering if you know anything or have any thoughts about what the process should be for DFA, or are we just going to let? I mean, this is a significant, valuable piece of property that could be transformative for the medical center, for the city, for the VA, everything that's right there. And I just want to know, I want to be comfortable with the process. And I just sort of, we do transfers like this all the time, but this is different in terms of its potential importance. So what can you tell me about what would happen if this bill was to become law, and what steps DFA would go through, what commercial development possibilities there are, how do we involve the medical center? It's just more complicated than to stipple vacant lot out there. What do you think will happen next?
Right, and that was kind of the reason for the bills. We didn't want the property sitting there for a long period of time with no use. But I mean, I'm open to any suggestions. Like I said, I don't have any knowledge of being transferred to the medical school or UMMC. And I don't know of any developments planned for this. I think it's still kind of open, but we want to give DFA the authority to go ahead and make a move to try to get some value out of this property.
Well, I think, I want to move expeditiously on this, but I think there's a role for the legislature in this. And so I'll continue to talk to you about this, because we want to make sure, first, that if the property is abandoned, that it's cleaned up and we don't have it just looking blighted for a while. And then I think there's a role for the legislature to be involved in what the highest and best use should be going forward. But I'll talk to you about that, and I appreciate your work. Thank you.
Right. And you and I have talked about this, and we didn't want the property just to go vacant and nothing happened with it. But like I said, I'm open to any suggestions that you have. I know you have spent a lot of time in this committee, and you have a lot of knowledge that I'd be glad to discuss with you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Sparks, do you have a question?
Question, Mr. President.
Do you yield, Senator Sparks?
I don't want to.
Yes. You do? Okay. Senator Sparks.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Section 1 deals with property you described. Your amendment was the legal description of this property. Is that correct?
No, that's correct.
All right. And then what are Section 2 through 7 doing in this bill?
Well, that's why this amendment, we were striking those. Just initially, when we prepared this bill, it was just to bring some code sections forward, just to make sure we didn't exclude something we didn't need.
Okay, so all that will remain, based on the amendment, is section 1 plus the legal description that we just amended and added?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
All right. And then from a highest and best use of the property, who's making that determination? DFA?
That's correct.
Is there a standard or a definition of highest and best use, or is that just a nice term we put in there to give guidance?
Well, in part 2 of section 1, it gives basically what we have to do if the property is sold. You have to get 2 appraisals. And then down in part B of this shows about if you're going to actually lease the property. I mean, we try to get the best use that we can of this property.
Right, and I understand the 2 appraisals. That sets a floor of which you couldn't sell it to the worst and most ridiculous use. But when we say highest and best, I've not looked at a lot of these type of contracts or pieces of legislation. That's pretty vague to me and subjective. But I guess the other question would be, in Judge B the other day, I believe it was, we passed authority for DPS to lease space in their headquarters. This is currently the DPS headquarters, correct?
That's correct.
Are we going to have a conflict between the two, that we're saying DFA has authority to lease the DPS property when currently we've got legislation moving through the system to let DPS lease the headquarters property?
Well, I am familiar with that bill, but not just the exact language, but I think when DPS moves, DFA should have authority over this property at that point, because I don't think there'll be DPS anymore.
Okay, I would just make sure we look at both of them. We're going to end up and have a conflict there.
Right, I agree.
Thank you. Appreciate it, Mr. Chair.
Senator Hobson, do you have a question?
Question, Mr. President.
Do you
Yes.
yield, Senator Hobson?
I do.
Senator
Thank
Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just for clarification, as it relates to Senator Sparks' last question, I think the DPS lease provision may be in another bill in another committee concerning the lease of part of their facilities at the new location in Rankin County. I don't think it deals with this, but there could be if there is something else out there, I'd like to know about that too. So if you would check on that for us,
I will.
I would be grateful. My only question is, does this include the driver's license station too? I know it includes the high rise, but does it also include?
I think so, yes. It's I think right at 9 acres, or 9.6 acres. So it should be that whole little complex right there, all those buildings.
It's the entirety of the DPS complex.
And I've only got the property description. I'd actually seen the actual survey. It wasn't emailed to me. That's got the description, but I'm going to get the survey, so I can answer that for sure.
Yeah, if you would check on that and let us know, I'd be grateful. Thank you.
Okay, I see no further questions, but I think we do have an amendment at this time. Senator Blunt, recognized for an amendment. Recognized for an amendment, Senator Blunt.
Thank you, Mr. President. The amendment is simply a reverse repealer. I appreciate the chairman's work on this bill, but this is an important piece of property for the city and for the state. You all know where it is. We typically will hand something over to DFA if it's an empty lot, if it's tearing down a blighted building, if it's tearing down blighted hotels like we've done on the fairgrounds, and we certainly are supportive of that. But this is, I think the legislature needs to be a little bit more hands-on with this. And again, what I'm reminded of is, that, as I mentioned a minute ago, is the former blind school property, which is now where the district of Eastover is. The legislature was very involved in that. I wasn't in the Senate at that time, but the legislature was very involved in that. And we didn't do the first thing. We didn't do the easiest thing. We went through a process and we did something that was transformative for the city. And that's what I think we need to do here based on where the property is. Its importance to the medical center, which is really landlocked right now on all sides, and the potential to bring in development to the city and the state. And so the only thing the amendment would do is add our reverse repealer so we continue to talk about this and get more folks involved so that we develop this property right. That's an explanation of the amendment, Mr. President. I'm happy to answer any questions.
I see no questions. Senator Suber, would you like to speak?
Mr. President, I don't have any objection.
Senator Blunt?
Move adoption.
Senator moves adoption of the amendment. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment's adopted. Senator Suber.
I move for passage based on the morning roll call as amended.
The senator suggests use the morning roll call for final passage. Does any senator object to this procedure? Does any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Present. Seeing none, please record all present with use of the morning roll call as voting aye. The bill is passed.
And I want to pass items 81 through 83 and retain its place.
81 through 83, pass and retain. We'll go to Senator Barrett on item 4, pass and retain. Senator Bryan, 85, pass and retain. 86. Then we'll go to item 87. 87, Senator Bryan. Senator Horn, do you wish recognition?
I'd like to enter a motion to reconsider on item number 6, Senate Bill 2226, Israel Support Act.
Please join the chairman. Okay, Senator Bryan, item 87, Senate Bill number 2157.
Somehow it was announced I wanted to skip a couple of items, and
Okay.
I really didn't want to.
Oh, okay. Well, you want to skip down to which item, Senator?
Well, the first public health bill is item 85. Senate Bill
excuse me. Okay.
2072, and I'd like to consider that one and have the title read.
Certainly, Senator. Call up item 85, 2072, and ask the title be read, Senator. Please read.
Oh, yes, please.
Yeah, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2072, Physical Therapy Practice Laws, revise various provisions of.
Senator Bryan, usual motion.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. Anyone object? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Bryan.
This is a bill which allows people to see a physical therapist without a recommendation from from a doctor. This is the law, I think, practically in every state. The provision before us, legislation before us, does say that there's some restrictions on the physical therapist. For example, he or she has to have a doctorate degree and 5 years of clinical practice. And also there's a provision that if there's not improvement but after 30 days, then the individual would have to go see a doctor. If there are no questions, I move passage by the morning roll call.
See no questions. Senator suggests use more roll call final passage. Anyone object to this procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Any present? Seeing none, please record all present. Oh, I'm sorry. Present. Senator Suber present. Senator Michelle present. Senator Hill present. Please record all others. Oh, Seymour. Sorry, didn't see you. And Boyd as not voting. Any others? So, will you want to read those back just to make sure we have it correct?
Okay.
Of those not voting or?
Voting no or nay?
No, present.
Voting present. Michelle, Suber, Hill, and Seymour. Not voting, Boyd.
Thank you. So the bill is passed. Please record all others as voting aye by the use of morning roll call. The bill is passed. Okay, Senator Bryan.
I'd like to pass item 86, let it retain its place on the calendar, and I'd like to go to item 87 and ask that the title be read.
Okay, pass retain item 86, go to item 87, Senate Bill number 2157, as the title be read.
Senate Bill number 2157, Psychology, Interjurisdictional Compact, enact.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. Any objection? All in favor say aye. All opposed no. The ayes have it. Usual motion's been adopted. Senator Bryan.
I have an amendment to offer, Mr. President.
You recognize for the amendment?
He just passed it.
I can explain the amendment if there's no objection.
No objection.
The amendment just simply makes the bill effective from and after passage instead of July 1st. And I would offer the amendment to the effective date and move adoption of the amendment.
All in favor of the amendment? Any objections? Then all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. So back to the bill, Senator. The amendment's adopted.
Mr. President, the bill that's before us is a compact, as we have with many other states in similar situations. This is a psychology interjurisdictional compact, which allows psychologists in other states to practice in Mississippi in the same way that Mississippi psychologists could practice in other states. It is as usual with these compacts. It's very lengthy, but it's fairly straightforward. That's what it does. If there are no questions, I move passage by use of the morning roll call.
I see no question, Senator, and the Senator, you do have a question? Okay, Senator McClendon, you have a question?
Yes, sir.
Do you yield to Senator McClendon?
Yes.
Senator McClendon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Does this include telehealth, or will it have to be in-person visits?
Let me consult with the draftsman. I want to get the right line number. Yes, it does include telehealth. I couldn't find the line number, but it does.
So is California or New York or Oregon in this compact, or all states in this compact?
I assume there are a large number of states in the compact, and I assume that what takes place, as is taking place now, is that individuals use telemedicine and distance, whatever you call it, to visit with a psychologist.
Is this the last resort to use someone out of the state, or will this be a preference?
I don't know that
to use
it's the
someone out of
last
state?
resort, and it's not my preferred course of action, but there are people who access psychologists and others by telehealth. They do it inside the state of Mississippi. This would just allow them to do it outside the state, and also would allow members outside the state to, people in Mississippi to see patients across the state line.
I guess my concern is this, we're trying to homegrown doctors and psychologists and PTs and RNs and nurse practitioners. We want our kids to stay here. But are we driving jobs away by doing this?
I'm sorry, I just cannot hear what you're saying. Are we driving
them away by doing this?
I don't know that we're driving jobs away anymore, that we're bringing jobs to Mississippi. Someone in Mississippi could see people under the same circumstances someone outside the state could.
And will they be paying Mississippi income tax, state tax, personal tax?
People in Mississippi who would be residing in Mississippi but seeing patients outside the state would be paying Mississippi state income tax.
Physicians outside the state?
People who live in Mississippi pay income tax on all of their earnings. So if you're in Mississippi seeing an out-of-state patient, you would be paying income tax on that. As far as whether the income one from outside a state earns while using telehealth, I've never thought through the implications of that.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, no other questions, Senator. Motion?
Use of the morning roll call.
The senator had suggested use of morning roll call, final passage. Does anyone object to this procedure? Does any senator wish to be recorded as voting no or present? Senator Hill is no. Any other no or present? Seeing none, please record all the others present by use of morning roll call as voting aye. The bill is passed. Senator, item 88.
Mr. President, I would like to pass the following public health bills and let them retain their place on the calendar. I think that goes down to and includes item 92.
We'll pass and retain items 88 through 92. They'll pass and retain their place on the calendar. Item number 93, Senator Williams. Pass and retain Senator Polk. Item 94, Senate Bill number 2788.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like for that item to be called up and title read.
Please read the title.
Bill number 2788, Mississippi Real Estate Commission remove Home Inspector Board.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. Anyone object? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed no. The ayes have it. Senator Polk.
I'd like for you to recognize Senator Sparks to explain the bill.
Senator Sparks, you're recognized to handle the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This bill will move the appraisal board out from under the Real Estate Commission, the Home Inspector Board out from under the Real Estate Commission to join the appraisal board. I believe it was last year that we moved the appraisal board out from under the Real Estate Commission, and we're simply moving the home inspectors over there with them. Believe that matches up better. The appraisal board desires to have this move. The home inspectors desire to have this move, and the Mississippi Real Estate Commission supports the move. I'll be glad to yield to any questions, but this is exactly what we did last year for the appraisers. We're simply moving the home inspectors over with the appraisers. I yield to any questions.
Are there questions? Senator Norwood, you're recognized for what purpose?
Question, Mr. President.
Question, Senator Norwood. Senator Sparks, you yield?
I yield.
You recognize Senator Norwood.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Sparks. Just, I guess, a simple question. Who would be the authority? Who would be the authority now in terms of home inspection?
What would happen, and you kind of see this a little bit in paragraph 1, there is an adjunct board on line 19 to the Mississippi Real Estate Appraisal Board, and it's the Home Inspector Regulatory Board, and there's 5 members appointed by the governor with advice and consent of the Senate. So there'll be a Home Inspector Regulatory Board, which would be an adjunct board to the Appraisal Board.
And those appointees are yet to be made, correct?
The appointees would be, I'm sorry?
I mean, so they have not been made. That's something dependent upon this legislation passage.
That's correct. In other words, there would be 5 members appointed by the governor. Now, that is existing law as far as those appointments. So those people already serve. This is, and if you're looking at the strike-through version, instead of it saying Mississippi Real Estate Commission, it simply says Appraisal Board. So all of this is in play. It is just moving that function to the Appraisal Board, not the Real Estate Commission.
Okay, thank you for that.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
All right, any other questions? See no questions, Senator.
Move for passage on morning roll call.
Senator suggests use morning roll call, final passage. Anyone object to this procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no or present? Seeing none, please record all present by use of morning roll call as voting aye. The bill is passed. Now, go to item 95, Senator Carter.
I'd like to call up item 95 on today's calendar, have the title read.
Call up item 95, Senate Bill number 2283. Please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2283, Public Service Commission, extend date of repeal on.
Senator Carter.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. Anyone object? All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Carter, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. All this does is extend the repealer for the Public Service Commission for another 4 years. If there are any questions, we have to entertain them.
Okay, seeing no questions, motion, Senator?
Move that we pass it on the morning roll call.
Senator suggests use morning roll call, final passage. Anyone object to this procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Present? Seeing none, please record all present by use of morning roll call as voting aye. Bill is passed. Senator Carter?
I'd like to get item 96 on today's calendar, have the title read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2454, Mississippi Gulf Coast Region Utility Act, set to appeal on July 1st,
Senator Carter.
2024.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. Anyone object? All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Carter.
So this original utility authority was created after Katrina. Last year, I extended the repealer on it. I did not know that they were actually dissolving it. So there's no reason for them to have this anymore. So they will be dissolving July 1st of 2024.
Senator Hill, do you have a question?
Yes.
Do you yield Senator Hill for a question?
I do.
Senator Hill, you recognize.
This is just the repeal of the regional board, but the individual county authorities, this does not affect, is that correct?
That's correct. This is that
Yeah,
big
okay,
board
thank
after
you.
Katrina.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Seeing no questions, Senator suggests use the morning roll call for final passage. Any senator object to that procedure? Seeing none, anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by use of the morning roll call as voting aye. Bill is passed. Thank you, Senator Carter. Senator Johnson, item 97. Senator Johnson, pass and retain. 98. Pass and retain. Senator Wiggins, 99. Senator Wiggins.
Go to item 99, call it up, ask the title be read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2550, Assistant District Attorneys and Criminal Investigators bring forward provisions related to.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. Anyone object? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Wiggins.
Thank you. This is simply the code sections for the assistant district attorneys and criminal investigators to help us with the judicial redistricting as we go through that. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions? Seeing no questions, a motion, Senator.
Adoption on the morning roll call, Mr. President.
Thank
Passage.
The senator suggests passage by use of the morning roll call for final passage. Any senator object to this procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Present. Seeing none, please record all present by use of the morning roll call as voting aye. The bill is passed. Thank you, Senator Wiggins. Next item, Senator Parker, item 100, pass and retain. Senator Branning, pass and retain. Senator Whaley. Item 102, Senator Whaley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to skip item 102, go to item number 103, call it up and have the title read.
We'll pass retain item 102, go to item 103, Senate Bill number 2662, and ask the title be read.
Senate Bill number 2662, Johnny Cacala's Act, an act to allow use of drones for hunting, trapping, and taking wild hogs.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. Anyone object? All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Whaley.
I'd like to recognize Senator Brumfield to explain the bill.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Senator Brumfield, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 2662 is designed to prevent wild hog destruction around the state of Mississippi. It is an estimated cost of some $50 to $60 million of damages that they cause landowners throughout the state. Are there any questions?
Senator, I think you may have a few. Actually, I believe Senator Hickman there in front of you may have. Senator Hickman, you have a question?
Yes, Mr. President.
Do you yield to Senator Hickman?
Yes.
Senator Hickman, you recognize.
Senator Brumfield, I understand the mechanism of this bill, but have you ever, this allows them to use drones and stuff to aid them in, hunting wild hogs and things like that. Have you ever used, a drone and maybe aiding you in delivering a sermon or something? I see these preachers that like fly all over the air and things of that nature. Have you ever used one of those in your profession?
Senator, no, that would be exciting. That might be a thought for the future.
Okay.
Thank you.
And Senator, do you own any drones?
I do not own any drones at this particular time.
And so can you tell me how you would use a drone to hunt, a wild hog?
I couldn't actually use one to hunt, but I've seen my grandson fly one, so I'm thinking of the younger generation that's coming after us.
So you've never used anything that's in this bill?
I hunt. That's in the bill, so I think that's the closest I can use.
Thank you.
Yes.
Senator Simmons, do you have a question?
A question, Mr. President.
Do you yield, Senator Simmons?
I don't want to, but yes.
Senator Simmons, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator, what is the wild hog population in Mississippi?
I am not certain. I will get back to you with an answer about how many wild hogs there are. I'm not certain, but...
Do we know, if you don't know the number, how effective would this proposal be?
I don't know the number throughout the state of Mississippi, but I do know in our hunting plots, we have plenty, and they are a problem. So just in our small region, we have too many.
Okay, and I think you are a minister, correct?
That is correct.
Have you ever preached a sermon on wild hogs?
I have not, but I have a sneaking suspicion one is coming up after this.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
Senator Horn, do you have a question?
Question.
Do you yield, Senator Horn?
I do, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr.
Senator
President.
Horn, you recognize.
Thank you, Senator Brumfield. Now, Senator, are we going to use these drones to try to help pigs fly?
Would you repeat the question again?
Are we going to use these drones to try to help pigs fly? You know, there's a saying that this will never happen until the day the pigs fly.
Well, we might start with the 3 little pigs and see how that works. I don't know if we could make that possible, though.
Senator, have you ever eaten chitlins?
Yes, I have.
Do you like them?
Not able to eat it anymore.
Okay.
Working on my blood pressure.
Okay. Well, in your prior experience, can you tell the body whether wild hog chitlins are better than domestic pigs chitlins?
I am not privy to that information. I do not know, Mr. Senator.
Have you ever tried fried chitlins?
No, sir, I have not.
You should try it sometime. They're good.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Senator England, do you have a question?
Oh, Lord.
Of
course I do, Mr. President.
Well, I figured you might. Do you yield to Senator England?
I do.
Senator England, recognize.
Senator Brumfield, is there a difference between a wild hog and then just any other hog? I guess a domestic hog. Is there a difference there?
Well, I think there is a great difference.
And what would that be?
They're wild.
Like how wild are we talking to be considered a wild hog instead of a domestic hog? How wild do they have to be?
I think to the 10th degree, extremely wild to be.
Okay, so after a few
considered
beverages
wild.
then. Okay, I understand.
Wilding out, I think.
Now, So, and when we have these pigs, I'm just gonna call them pigs, and we have, say one of the pigs went to market and one went home, one had roast beef, another one didn't have none, and I can't remember what that last one did. Can you help me with that?
I think the wolf huffed and puffed and blew his house down.
Okay. Well, I imagine when they got their houses blown down, they probably went wee all the way home.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Senator Brumfield.
Thank you.
Senator Carter, do you have a question?
Yes, Mr. President.
Do you yield to Senator Carter for a question?
Yes, sir, Mr. President.
Senator Carter, you recognize.
Senator, this does look like a pretty complicated bill. You're getting lots of questions on it. And I'm looking through here, and I was listening to Senator England's questions. Can you tell me what the distinction is in the sound from a pig and the sound from a wild hog? Like, can you make the noise for me? Like, is it like oink, oink? And what's the wild hog do?
I'm not certain if the squeal is a little louder, but I know there must
Can
be
you
a
try?
difference. I can't try,
Can you
but I'm
just
sure
a
somebody
little
will
bit?
be able to pull it off for us, though.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Seymour, do you have a question?
Yes, I do, Mr. President.
Do you yield to Senator Seymour for a question?
I yield to
Senator Seymour, you recognize.
Senator, if you recall our questioning in the committee meeting, we were concerned about the federal regulation part of this, what the FAA would allow. Will we be able to weaponize our drones for the taking of these hogs?
We will follow the FAA guidelines and their regulations.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Senator Barnett, do you have a question?
Yes, I do, Mr. President.
Do you yield to Senator Barnett?
I do, Mr. President.
Senator Barnett, you recognize.
Thank you. Senator Brumfield, you and I both are avid hunters. And wouldn't you agree that wild hogs are very vicious?
I do agree.
Wouldn't you agree that some of them get to be 300, 400, 500 pounds?
I do agree.
So would you agree with me on both of those? Would you agree that maybe a drone would not be sufficient to take some of these, but more like an Apache helicopter?
That is a great point, Mr. Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Okay, Senator Sparks, do you have a question?
I do have a question.
Do you yield to Senator Sparks for a question?
I do, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Brumfield. As far as the legislation, the purpose of it, have there been charges for people hunting with drones, or have they been using these with success to try to deal with this wild hog population?
As I understand it, I'm not certain, but Texas has adopted a similar program, and I don't know. It's in the early stages of research. I don't know how well it's working.
But to our knowledge, no one with our game and fish or wildlife is actually writing tickets if people are using drones to help with trapping wild hogs. Do you know of any instances where actually citations are being written or anything?
I do not know of any.
All right, one last question. Would you please wish the Senate chamber peace, love, and soul in your best Don Cornelius voice?
Peace, love, soul.
Thank you.
Okay, well, let's see, who's next? Senator McMahon, I believe, is next.
A question?
Do you yield to Senator McMahon for a question?
I do, Mr. President.
Senator McMahon.
Senator Brumfield, when I was a boy, well, let me ask you first, have you or your family ever owned any hogs?
My grandparents did.
My grandparents did as well, and I used to listen to my grandmother would step out back and she would call the hogs. And I'd like to hear how your grandparents or how you called hogs.
I didn't really call them, so.
Oh, you didn't? You've never heard them say suey or anything like that? Suey, and call them up. You never heard that?
No, ours were all in the pens, so we didn't have to call ours.
Well, I was hoping you might know how to call them, then we wouldn't have to have all this high-tech equipment to hunt the hogs. You could just call them up for us.
Just start back calling them. Yeah, that's a great idea. We'll keep that in consideration.
Senator Delano at Senator Hill's desk. Senator Delano, you have a question?
Question.
Do you yield to Senator Delano?
I do yield, Mr. President.
Senator Delano, you're recognized.
It's been quite some time since we've had this much debate on a wild hog bill. But where did this bill come from? Who's the author of this bill?
Senator Suber.
Oh, Senator Suber? Where is he from? Do you know where he's from?
I do not know.
He's from Arkansas, if I remember correctly. So is this a pig suey bill?
Razorbacks.
Okay, Senator Suber, do you have a question?
Thank you, Mr. President.
Do you yield to Senator Suber? Senator Suber, you're recognized.
I did briefly live in Arkansas. Senator Brumfield, these hogs that you kill over this next year, if this bill is to go into legislation, will you have those prepared and give them to Senator Barnett for his barbecue next year?
We will. We'll actually come up with a process so that we can make our deer sausage with wild hogs, and we'll do something for the Senate.
Thank you.
Senator, I know you don't want to hear this, but that was the last question. I'll take a motion at this time.
Mr. President, I move to adopt the committee sub.
Committee sub, okay, thank you. Motion is to adopt the committee sub. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Committee sub's adopted. Senator, for motion.
Mr. President, I move final passage by use of morning roll call.
The senator suggests the use of morning roll call for final passage. Any senator object to this procedure? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Present. Seeing none, the bill is passed by use of morning roll call. Congratulations, Senator. All right, we'll go now to item 104, Senator Boyd.
Mr. President, I'd like to call up item 104, Senate Bill 2408, and ask the title to be read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill 2408, identification cards and driver's license required to have 988 crisis lifeline information.
Senator Boyd.
Mr. President, I make the usual motion and ask that Senator Delano be recognized to present the bill.
Senator makes the usual motion. Any objection? All in favor say aye. All opposed no. The ayes have it. Senator Delano, you're recognized.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, this deals with the 988 crisis intervention line. We passed some legislation a couple of years ago to put the program in place. It's in place now. And this bill provides that any new or renewed driver's license, driver's permits, ID cards issued by the state of Mississippi include the words, quote, crisis lifeline, dial 888 or chat 988lifeline.org, unquote, on the reverse side of the ID, permit, or card. This will also be applicable to student IDs that are new student IDs or renewed ID cards that are issued by the state-supported post-secondary education institutions under IHL and the Mississippi Community College Board or Community College Trustees Board. And that concludes my explanation of the bill.
Okay, are there any questions? See no questions.
Move for adoption by use of the morning roll call.
Senator suggests use of morning roll call, final passage. Anyone object to this procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no or present? Seeing none, please record all present by use of morning roll call as voting aye. The bill is passed. We'll go to item 105, Senator England.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item number 105 on the calendar and have the title read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2425, ballot harvesting, defined terms.
Senator England.
Thank you, Mr. President. Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. Anyone object? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator England.
Mr. President, I'd like to ask that Senator Tate be recognized to explain the committee substitute.
Senator Tate, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 2425 is simply a definition bill. All we're doing is adding some definitions which can be seen in lines 21 through 33. All it's going to do is just more closely define just exactly what a caregiver is, a family member is, and a household member. I'd be happy to take any questions.
Are there any questions?
There's no questions. I ask we adopt by usage of the morning roll call.
Say no questions.
Committee sub.
Oh, we have to adopt the committee sub?
All right. My motion we adopt the committee sub.
Thank you. Motion is adopt committee sub. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Now, Senator.
My motion is final passage by use of the morning roll call.
Senator suggests the use of morning roll call for final passage. Any senator object to this procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Present. Seeing none, please record all present by use of morning roll call as voting aye. The bill is passed. Senator Wiggins, 106. Oh, wait, time out. Senator Wiggins, before you get started. Senator Norwood, what? You were present? No, you're voting no? You and Senator Simmons? Simmons and Norwood. Simmons and Norwood, thank you. Oh, now we got more. You guys, honestly, we're supposed to do this before I announce the vote, but Senator Thomas and Senator Jordan also no. Okay, now we'll go to the next item. Senator Wiggins, thank you for your patience, Senator Wiggins.
Ask that we pass items 106 to 108. They remain on the calendar, and we go to item 109, call that up and ask the title be read.
Senator calls up item 109, Senate Bill 2771. Please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2771, Judicial Redistricting, bring forward code sections related to.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. Anyone object? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Wiggins.
Thank you. This is simply the code sections for judicial redistricting that we'll be working on. We haven't added anything yet. It's just the code sections. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions? Seeing no questions, motion, Senator.
Motion is passage on the morning roll call.
Senator suggests use the morning roll call for final passage. Anyone object to this procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Present. Seeing none, please record all present. Use the morning roll call. Roll call is voting aye on Senate Bill 2771 is passed. Our Senator Blunt, 110, pass. 11, item 112, Senator Sparks. 13, Senator DeBar. Oh, I'm sorry, Senator Sparks beat you to it there. Senator Sparks, we'll go back to item 112.
Thank you, Mr. President. We'd ask that the title be read, the bill be called up.
Call up item 112, Senate Bill number 2570. Ask the title be read.
Senate Bill number 2570, Office of Workforce Development, extend exemption from PPRB provisions on rental leasing of real property for agency business.
Senator Sparks.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. Anyone object? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Sparks.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 2570 simply extends the exemption to 1 year from the Public Procurement Review Board for the purpose of leasing or purchasing any real property. I don't anticipate that there is any that will occur to, but as the Accelerate or the Office of Workforce has been tasked for some specialized training with 2 of these economic development projects. They did want to extend that for 1 year. And of course, as a reminder, they are also under the guidance of the SWIB board, State Workforce Board, so they would have someone overseeing any agreement they would make. But that's an explanation of the bill, and I would yield to any questions.
Are there any questions? See no questions, Senator, entertain a motion at this time.
Move for passage on morning roll call.
Senator suggests use more roll call for final passage. Anyone object to this procedure? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Present. Seeing none, please record all present by use of morning roll call as voting aye. The bill is passed. Senator DeBar.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to skip items 113 and 14, go to item 115.
Call up and read the title. Call up item 115, 2685S. Please read the title. Yeah.
Senate Bill number 2685, retired teachers authorized to receive PERS benefits from work full-time in certain critical shortage areas.
Senator Barr.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. Anyone object? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator DeBar.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to call up the committee sub and recognize Senator Parker to explain the sub.
Senator Parker, you're recognized to explain the committee substitute.
Thank you, Mr. President. And before I get started, I want to extend a couple of acknowledgments. This bill basically deals with a mechanism to get retired teachers back into the classroom. I know this has been a bill that Senator McClendon has worked on for a couple of years. I want to acknowledge his work on this. And in particular, Council Sam has spent, I don't know if he's right around here, he spent a countless bit of time on this. And the reason I make that acknowledgement, I see Sam in the back now, is that this has been an issue that's been considered for several years. And we think we have a solution now that can help get teachers back in the classroom, but also keep PERS solvent and not have any negative drain on the system. And hopefully create a system where teachers enjoy this ability. So in general, as I mentioned, there's a teacher shortage. And beyond that, we have a critical subject matter shortage in many, many districts. If I could, I'm going to give this sheet to Carlos. It's got, on both sides, it's got the school districts that have shortages in them, and I think it's pretty inclusive of just about every school district in the state. But our goal with this is to find a way where teachers who have been retired can be encouraged to come back to work while still receiving their retirement benefits. Right now, we do not have that mechanism, and we have spent a good bit of time. One good thing about a long session is the first few weeks of session when we're given extra time to do things, it allows research to get into it. So I'm going to go through this kind of line by line to try to explain what we're trying to do with this. So Section 1 of the bill provides that any retired teacher who has 30 years of service and has been retired at least 90 days may be reemployed as a full-time teacher. We're also adding a provision in here that any teacher who has currently retired after 25 years of service as of July 1 will be grandfathered into this provision. The reason we've set this at 30 years is as part of the desire to decrease the teacher shortage. We want to try to give a mechanism or an encouragement to have the teacher consider staying for 30 years instead of retiring after 25. And so going forward, should a teacher choose to retire before 30 years, this option would not be available to them. It would only be available to teachers who choose to actually serve as teachers for 30 years. In lines 49 through 58, it provides that a retired teacher may only be hired to teach in a school district categorized as a critical shortage area or within a district in a critical shortage subject area. Lines 59 through 70 limit the ability to be rehired full-time to a period of 5 years total, whether intermittently or consecutively worked. Working part-time for a portion of 1 year will be considered to be an entire year. So again, this limits that time to just 5 years total. The other qualification here by making this be a critical shortage situation is we wanted to be sure with this legislation that we did not infringe upon the rights of our new teachers to come out and immediately graduate and go to work in the schools. So because we're doing this for shortage areas, I think the new teachers will still be given first priority to seek that employment. It goes on to say that a school district must rely on the salary schedule that the teacher had at the time of retirement and may pay up to 125% of that schedule comparable to the teacher's years of experience. So as retirement is factored or calculated now, as we all know, our top 4 is the tier years that are used for the basis of our PERS determinants. So this would take the teacher's top 4 years and allow the school district to pay that teacher 125% of their salary, with the qualification that half of that 125% would go directly to the teacher. The other half of the 125% would go to PERS. That's our way to keep PERS neutral on this. The advantage to the teacher is the teacher would still receive their complete and total retirement benefit. So they'd get their retirement, they'd get their 13th check, and then they would also have the ability to get, in addition to that, another 50% of 125% of their retirement salary. Going on, the teacher can work in any school district for this period up to of time. Again, I mentioned the prorated portion on it. The retired teacher hired under this act will be subject to the following conditions. They must hold the applicable standard teaching license. The superintendent has to certify that they have the needed experience. This is local superintendent. Superintendent certifies that there's no previous arrangement to hire them at the time of their retirement. They have satisfactory performance reviews, and they are hired to teach in a critical shortage subject matter or critical shortage district. Lines 139 through 141 state the superintendent shall report the number of teachers who are reemployed under this section. Lines 142 through 148 state that MDE shall promulgate rules and regulations so that school districts shall create a policy approved by the local school board. And in lines 149 through 151 states that a retired teacher who is rehired under this act shall not be eligible to return to work under other provisions that we have in our current statute. This would take effect on July 1 of 2024, and at this point we do have a reverse repealer in the bill. So that's a brief explanation of the bill. Yield for any questions.
Okay, we do have Senator Hill. Do you have a question?
Yes.
Do you yield, Senator Hill?
Would they be paying
Senator
back
Hill,
into
you're
PERS?
recognized.
I'm sorry, would they be paying back into PERS again or no when they come back?
So this qualifier, the 50% would go into PERS, but it would not be changing their status. So they would still be retired at their high 4. Mm-hmm. So this additional reemployment would not take their status or retirement scale up by the 125%. They would continue on as a normal retiree, but they would have this obligation, not this obligation, but this extra supplement.
So it basically wouldn't change their retirement, but they're still paying in, so that would help PERS a little bit.
It would not. I think this is designed to be PERS neutral. It's actually the number that they came up with was that we could actually use a 48% number instead of 50-50 and keep PERS kind of solvent on this. 50-50 keeps PERS a little bit more than solvent versus the other numbers that we received.
Yeah, it looks to me like this would help it a little bit, is the way you're explaining it.
Right.
And 20 teachers that have already retired with 25 years are grandfathered in.
They would be.
But past July 1, they couldn't do it without 30 years.
Right. They have to do 30 going forward. 25 is grandfathered in.
My sister probably glad to hear that.
Yeah, and you know, one question that came up in committee was, will teachers do this? So this is not designed to be like what every teacher does when they retire. This is designed to be, the superintendent knows that we're missing a math teacher in the district, and they reach out to the teacher and encourage them to come back, or perhaps the teacher has been retired for 2 or 3 years and has realized, I miss teaching a little bit, and I don't want to commit to a full-time, many more years, but I might want to come back for a year or two and teach to fix this need, or maybe I want to teach for a couple of years because my kids are now at a grade level where I'd like to be in the same school where they are. So it gives an opportunity and an option for them.
And I think on these critical shortage areas, I think maybe we still need to look and see why these teachers may be retiring, even with the raises that we've given. and what conditions are causing them to retire. I don't know if the MDE's done a survey or what, but I think that maybe you might agree that that might need to be something that they've done if they haven't. And they may have, I don't know, I'm just not privy to that.
Well, I do agree, and I also mentioned that when we did pass Senator DeBar's teacher pay raise a couple of years ago, I think that has had a huge benefit to teachers, because now by raising that salary schedule, at least in my district, have seen several teachers who've told me they were planning on retirement who've chosen to stay around for a few more years because they want to have a higher floor and have a higher retirement base to live on in those retirement years.
Okay, we have about 3 more questions here. Senator Barnett, you have a question?
Yes, I do.
Do you yield, Senator Barnett?
Certainly.
Senator Barnett, you're recognized.
Thank you. Senator Parker, I admire this because I think we really do need to fill those gaps in our school districts where we do have a shortage of school teachers. But also, do you think that this would help going forward, this piece of legislation going forward would help small towns or cities or counties or any other state agencies where we may have PNs that we need filled, but we can't, but we have retired workers that would like to come back and fill those PNs to help in those areas as well?
And that's something we've looked at too, and the challenge on that to implement this across all of those levels of state government and every retirement level was a lot more difficult for anyone to kind of guess or predict kind of an impact on PERS. And with PERS in the situation right now where we're having to, keep close eye on, that situation, I don't think it would be appropriate to extend that to every other level of state government at this time. But I do think that this program, when implemented, and because of the reporting mechanisms we have here, I think we're going to be able to see if this is having any, positive effect on PERS. And if it does have that positive effect that I think you're describing there, it might be something good for us to consider in the future at other, state levels of government.
Thank you. I just know that in some small areas, small towns, municipalities, I think there's a hard time in getting police officers there.
Right.
There's a hard time for them to have certified water and sewer managers there when they retire, because none of the younger people think that the salaries or what they desire to be there. So I'm just thinking that how can we help those areas as well? So that's part of my question.
Okay. Thank you, Senator. I agree. We have shortages in many areas in the state.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Barrett, do you have a question?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. President.
Do you yield, Senator Barrett?
Certainly.
You're recognized, Senator Barrett.
Thank you. I love this idea, and I guess my question, somewhat in line with Senator Barnett, is will this list that has been shown, will that be exhaustive, or will it be subject to a superintendent's decision about maybe a critical subject area?
It immediately allows the superintendent at their discretion to rehire in that critical subject area.
And so this list will not be exhaustive, correct?
No, that's the list that was provided to me at the time that we asked for it.
Gotcha.
And it may or may not be the list that's considered for next school year. But again, our goal here is to primarily get the teachers into the areas of shortage. So I would love, for example, if your school district did not have a shortage right now, but the neighboring school district did, I'd love to, see the potential that maybe that teacher from your district might consider, a shorter, a little longer drive to get there that could help with that need next door.
Thank you.
Okay, next question, Senator Sparks.
Thank you, Mr. President, for
Do
a question.
Do you yield, Senator Sparks?
Certainly.
Senator Sparks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. President. In a functional sense, I'm looking at line 192, and if I run that salary scale at 28 years, there's a $58,000 line that would be for someone, I think, who would not have all the graduate criteria, but nonetheless, that's what the salary schedule shows is $58,000. Assuming a teacher wanted to come back who is grandfathered in at the 25-year mark, and they had 28 years of experience, are we using this salary scale at up to 125%, it's no bearing on what they made when they retired, correct?
Well, it's going to be based on the calculated number that's used for their PERS determination. So the high 4 that's considered for their PERS determination will be the number that can be impacted for the calculation of 125%. So as you look at the schedule that you have there, you would, say the 28-year, and my understanding of the way PERS would do that is, they would take year 28, 27, 26, 25, do their average of that. That would be their 4-year average, and that's how their PERS would be distributed.
Correct.
And then that number, you would then allow the superintendent to multiply times 0.125 and figure that conversion factor to get to 125% of the salary.
Okay. Then I guess I'm confused why the salary schedule's in here, because if someone's been retired 10 years with 28 years of service, they may have been at, let's assume, $40,000. So if that's their high 4 is 40%, then we're doing one up to 125% of that teacher, that retired teacher's high 4, and then paying them 50% of that?
I believe, and I'll have to check again, that we pulled part of that statute forward for the modifications that were made on lines 201 and beyond. Yeah, and because that was already part of that subsection of the code, and that was not for informational purposes on this calculation.
Gotcha.
It was just for inclusion to allow the language that follows that.
And then it says after determining that, so whatever it's determined to be, the district may pay no more than 50%, but they will pay 50% to PERS. Under what circumstance do you think they would pay less than 50% to the teacher?
I wouldn't think of one.
Okay, and
Yeah.
but that's
Right,
that's the offset. They continue to draw
Right.
whatever PERS they've been drawing. We use their high 4 up to 125% of that, cut it in half. The
Right.
school district pays that, and that is their contribution, because on the half that goes to the teacher, there is no PERS contribution, nor is there a holdout from the employee.
So in best determinations, and you bring up kind of a good point here too, on the back way of this. So we arbitrarily kind of picked 125%. One of the purposes of the reverse repealer is I plan to continue with work with PERS and Sam's work on this to continue to look at other things, because it could be that we may want to give the district the option to do 150% of the salary, whatever that final percentage might be. The intent would be that half of that percentage would go to the teacher as a salary supplement, if you consider it that. So retirement plus this half of this amount, and then the other half would go directly to PERS as a PERS. And I think we've got a pension liability participation assessment is the word that PERS, I think, is. It's an assessment to keep the pension solvent while allowing the teacher to draw.
And none of it would change the teacher's years of service. It wouldn't change anything. They would just pay whatever applicable employment taxes or state income taxes on their portion.
And we are working through one last thing right now, because I've gotten some questions after committee about, how and if we can allow the teacher to come back onto insurance plans and things like that. So we continue, to come up with additional questions, so again, reverse repealer is to, help myself and council to get those questions answered and hopefully provide this benefit by the end of session.
Thank you for your work on this bill.
Thank you, Senator Sparks.
I think Senator Brumfield, do you have a question, Senator Brumfield?
I do, Mr. President.
Do you yield?
As long as it's not about a wild turkey or a drone.
I do.
Senator, you're recognized.
Thank you. Senator Parker, I'm wondering if we've considered a sign-on bonus or something. I'm excited about trying to fill these voids. I have 2 school districts that are in these critical conditions that need teachers.
Yeah.
But have we considered a sign-on bonus or anything of that nature?
So the big challenge on this is the provisions related to state law and to federal regulations. And so that's one of the things that, many hours has gone into kind of studying this. And I do not believe that a sign-on bonus would be something that would be allowed under those provisions. That's why I think kind of setting this threshold of do we decide on 125% or another number after we have some feedback from more superintendents on what they think, that enticing percentage might be a better sign-on bonus than a dollar amount up front.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Brumfield.
I see no further question, but I believe we have someone who would like to speak on the bill. Senator Bryan, if you're through, Senator Parker. Senator Bryan, you're recognized to speak.
This bill deals with the public employees' retirement system, and I think we should all be very concerned. We have a board that is in charge of running the retirement system. That board is directed to implement the laws that we pass. So over the years, the legislature has passed a series of laws providing for benefits to be paid to members of the retirement system. The law also requires the board to make sure that the system is actuarially sound. And so if they don't have enough funds, the law requires them to go get some more funds. And the only method the board has of getting more funds is to assess payroll. And so they've talked to their actuaries, they've done the math, they said we need to assess payroll, and we're very angry at them. I don't know what we're angry about. I don't know if we're angry at them for following the laws that we have passed, or if we're angry at them for following the laws of mathematics. But whatever, they've done something terribly wrong. And what has gotten us in trouble is that we have passed legislation affecting the retirement system without fully understanding up front the effects of it. And the way the law is, as I understand it, once we give a benefit, it's difficult, if not impossible, to ever remove that benefit. So there's a long history of things we did that I think were bad moves. One was 25-year retirement. Well, at that time, you could always retire at age 60 as long as you had like 4 years in the system or whatever it was to get vested. The problem was if you didn't have 25 years of service, or didn't have, if you wanted to retire under 60, you had to have 30 years of service. And so at one point we said, okay, you can retire with 25 years, and you'll just actuarially reduce things, so it'll be just the same as you retired for 30 years. It cut people's benefits by a third or thereabouts. And so, well, nobody can afford to retire after 25. Well, the reason they can't afford to retire after 25 years is the amount of money they would draw out, and the 5 years that they wouldn't be paying in is so great that actuarially it figures out to like a third less. And so finally, at some point, with I never did understand this. It's all said to be actuarially sound, whatever that's supposed to mean. They had a provision for 25-year retirement that was actuarially sound, and I remember saying, I don't understand any of this, except I do understand that you can't go to work in your 20s, retire in your 40s, and draw a retirement for the rest of your life. We can't do that. And also I understand that to the extent you're paying retirement benefits to people in their 40s and 50s, that's fewer retirement benefits that can be paid to people in their 60s, 70s, and 80s. So several years back, as a part of the method of trying to do something about the system, we now did away with 25-year retirement, but only for new employees. And so once again, we have a bill dealing with the retirement system and a proposition that would make it possible for a group of people to retire and then draw benefits. I don't fully understand the ramifications of this. I doubt that anyone else does. I don't know what sort of assumptions you make about how many teachers just continue to teach and pay in, and would do that, but for this law. And when this law comes on the books, they will change their behavior and go take advantage of this, and we've got another group of people drawing out money from the system. It's probably the case, although I can't figure it out for sure, that if there are people who already are retired or would retire no matter what, and then they come back and work some, if there's a class of people that would benefit from this scheme that would not benefit from the existing scheme that's on the books, that might help the system. I don't know. But I do know that when we considered this bill, there was nobody from the retirement system around. And there hasn't been, so far as I know, any formal discussion or public discussion with the retirement system about how is all this going to play out. I seriously doubt that as this bill goes through the session, there's going to be any of that sort of activity, because I don't know that our friends at the other end of the building have a reputation for considering legislation in public and slowly. So I'm just worried about something else about the retirement system, which is the latest in a series of things this legislature's done. And so I'm concerned about this bill. I'm concerned about making changes to the retirement system when we aren't very careful about knowing what we're doing and how it all works. So that's why I'm here. That's my concern.
Senator Parker.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Bryan, for your concerns. Yeah, I know in '99 when we made some significant changes to the PERS system that have resulted in some imperfections in the payouts now. You were here, so your input is very valuable. This has come in front of PERS. It's been looked at PERS. It went to council, and PERS is okay with this. So this has been, I don't know if the word is approved, but it certainly has gone up every rung of the ladder. And that's why I opened this discussion with my thanks to council on this, because this is not just a pipe dream. This is a solution that can make a difference. And with that, move adoption of the committee sub.
Senator moves adoption of the committee sub. Are there any questions? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee sub is adopted. Senator Parker.
Move adoption of the committee sub by use of morning roll call.
Senator suggests use of morning roll call for final passage. Senator Bryan, you object. Call the roll. Okay, I have just checked what I've done.
Barnett.
Asked, and the rest of them we.
Barrett. Berry. Blackman. Blackwell. Blunt. Boyd. Branning. Brumfield. Bryan. Butler. Carter. Chazanall. Chisholm. DeBar. Delano. England. Fillingane. Frazier. Harkins. Hickman. Hill. Hobson. Horn. Jackson. Johnson. Jordan. Kirby. Ladner. McCon. McClendon. McMahon. Michelle. Norwood. Parker. Parks. Polk. Rhodes, Robinson, Seymour, Simmons of the 12th, Simmons of the 13th, Sparks, Suber, Tate, Thomas, Thompson, Turner Ford, Whaley, Wiggins, Williams, Younger, Barnett, Barrett, Berry, Blackwell, Bryan, Parks, Polk, Seymour, Tate, Thompson, Turner Ford, Wiggins. Voting yes or yea. Barnett, Barrett, Berry, Blackman, Blackwell, Blunt, Boyd, Branning, Brumfield, Butler, Carter, Chazanall, Chisholm, DeBar, Delano, England, Fillingane, Frazier, Harkins, Hickman, Hill, Hobson, Horn, Jackson, Johnson, Jordan, Kirby, Latner, McCon, McClendon, McMahon, Michelle, Norwood, Parker, Polk, Rhodes, Robinson, Seymour, Simmons of the 12th, Simmons of the 13th, Spark, Suber, Tate, Thomas, Thompson, Whaley, Wiggins, Williams, Younger. No names, so we don't say anything.
Senator McClendon, for what purpose, sir?
I'm waiting to see if it passes. By unanimous consent, I'd like to be added as co-author to Senate Bill 2685.
One moment, Senator. Thank you.
Okay. That's good. All right. Thank you, ma'am.
Bill passes 49 yeas, no nays. Senator McClendon, seeing no objection, added co-sponsor. Senator DeBar. Senator DeBar, 117. Passed as well. We go to 118, which is a good way to start tomorrow morning. Disposed of 38 bills today, this afternoon. Thank you very much. We'll start with pass and retain beginning on 118 and through the remaining part, and we'll start at first thing in the morning at 9 o'clock. We are hopeful that we would be out by 11 so we can get back to work on our other matters. Senator Blunt, for what purpose?
Mr. President, I'd like to request unanimous consent to be added as a co-author to item number 46, Senate Bill 2332.
2330, seeing no objection, granted. Senator Parker.
Thank you, Mr. President. With unanimous consent, I'd like to be considered co-author on Senate Bill 2453, Senate Bill 2332, and 2355.
Seeing no objection, granted. Senator Fillingane.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to be added as a co-author on item number 6, Senate Bill 2226.
226, Mr. Clerk. Seeing no objection, granted. Senator Williams.
Request to be co-author on item number 115, Senate Bill 2685. Thank you.
2685. Seeing no objection, granted. Senator England.
Thank you, Mr. President. Seek unanimous consent to be added as a co-author on number 6, Senate Bill number 2226. That's today's calendar.
2226, Mr. Clerk. Senator Butler.
Yes, Mr. President, I'd like to be co-author on Senate Bill 462332. Let's co-author.
2632. Senator Delano.
Motion to reconsider at the proper time.
Proper time.
Thank you, Mr. President. Item number 104, Senate Bill 2408. I'd like to hold that on the motion to reconsider.
104, Mr. Clerk. Senator Barnett.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to be added as co-author on Senate Bill 2685.
2685, Mr. Clerk. Seeing no objection, granted. Senator Sparks.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ask for unanimous consent to be added as co-author number 115, Senate Bill 2685, and to hold Senate Bill 2260 from yesterday on a motion to reconsider. Thank you.
Motion to reconsider. Did you get that, Mr. Clerk? Got it. From the chair, Senator Simmons, D.
Thank you, Mr. President. Request to be co-author of item number 115, Senate Bill 2685, item number 46, 2332, and item number 73, 2142. Thank you.
Got that, Mr. Clerk? Senator Hill.
Ask for unanimous consent to be added as co-author on item number 6, Senate Bill 2226.
2226, Mr. Clerk. Thank you, Senator. Seeing no objection, Senator Simmons.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask unanimous consent to be added as a co-author to item number 115 on today's calendar, 2685, and also I have a motion to reconsider.
Your motion to reconsider, sir?
The item number 61 on today's calendar, Senate Bill 2713.
To the chairman. Senator Boyd.
I'd ask permission to be added, unanimous consent to be added as a co-sponsor to item 115 in the calendar, Senate Bill 2685.
115, Mr. Clerk. Seeing no objection, granted. Senator McCon.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd ask for unanimous consent to be added as co-author to item number 6 and item number 115 on today's calendar.
115, Mr. Clerk. Senator Branning.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to request unanimous consent to be added as a co-author on number 6 on today's calendar, Senate Bill 2226, as well as number 10, Senate Bill 2477.
2477, Mr. Clerk. Senator Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to be added to Bill 2685 with unanimous consent.
2685, Mr. Clerk. Seeing no objection, granted. Senator Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 2685 is co-author.
Seeing no objection, 2685, Mr. Clerk. Senator Brumfield.
Thank you, Mr. President. With requesting unanimous consent that I be added to item 115 as co-author of Bill 2685, please.
2685. Seeing no objection, granted, Senator. Okay, announcements. Any announcements? Okay. Really good work today, Senate. Senator England, for what purpose?
Announcements, Mr. President.
Please proceed.
I just want to remind our colleagues in here that this Saturday, when you go home, will be the last day to vote absentee if you're not going to be around to vote in the primary on Tuesday. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Please cast your ballots. Anyone else? Announcements on anyone? Okay. Appreciate the hard work today. Senator Polk.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move the Senate stand in recess until 5 p.m., at which time the journal will reflect we're adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Standard. Adjourned till 5.